Let's debate, uncut, and after show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, crypto, and Patreon link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wassel, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mel's 24, Unimento, M Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Cannabear, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Righteous, can you share a
what I
link
was
for the
saying is,
politics? I'm outside right now.
what I was saying is, if going on another server, we should take advantage of the room and not do videos on other servers. Video should be like maybe strictly for the server.
Yeah,
But that's just a
yeah, I agree with
suggestion.
that.
It's not definitive. And Mighty agrees with that.
Yeah, but I'm outside right now, dude. Can you, for the people, can you share the link for politics?
You cold or something? You
Or I'll
sound
be
like you're
home in about.
shivering. You okay,
Well,
Mush?
I'm cold. I'm outside. Yeah, I'm outside and I'm walking fast. So I'll be home in 10 minutes. Everything's all right. Thanks for asking.
Boy, Nathan, you got some here, boy.
Now I've got professional audio set up.
You sound cold. What, are you in Alaska? You sound pretty warm. Are you in Hawaii? Oh shoot.
Anyway, so have we decided what we're doing? We're going to 24/7. Is that what you've decided while I was fiddling with my camera?
Politics server 24/7. Yeah, politics server 24/7 room.
Okay. Is one of you going to send me the link so we can just dive in there, or what?
Yeah, I was just asking if Righteous can. Oh, I guess he just went on a mute. He can't hear.
I'm
I'll
here.
be home in 10 minutes, dude.
I'm in the G Plus Hangouts. I'm in the Hangouts.
You want me to just go into a random room and
Righteous.
you'll see me in there? Because I'm sure I can fathom my way to there if you want me to do that.
Yeah, just fathom your way through there. Okay. And
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right?
No. Politics.
What?
Politics server 24/7 room.
Politics.
Yeah.
I thought we just said that you
Politics server.
couldn't get AJ.
Well, AJ's not here
Well,
today.
not-
I don't know where he is. But AJ is usually the one that handles the politics 247.
He's well, the crit is there. He's the main mod.
There'll be a mod in there. Okay, so I'm going into.
That'll do good.
Hold on. I'm going into 24/7 Flat Earth in politics server, correct?
Yes.
FEAMA, etc. That's the room, right? It's got Dank and there's people in there. FE Batman's in there. Yeah, that's where I'm going. See you guys in there.
Yes. Yep. See ya.
Oh, I don't think there really is the intellect that can come in here and articulate the Earth as a globe. I don't think so. Not that I've heard.
I had somebody earlier today who wouldn't even define an angle for me or describe the surface of contained stationary water. Just wouldn't do it. Really pissed me off, man.
Was that bird lawyer?
Yeah, so, you've got a measurement for Earth curve. Yeah, we've got loads of them, Aristosthenes. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to need a flat Earth for that measurement, angles and all that jazz. But he didn't want to go there. He didn't want to define an angle for me. can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? And he wanted to draw an extra line called a tangent, and that's not what I was asking of him. I just wanted to define an angle. Just, yeah, you know what these people are like, mate. They're like deers in headlights. They can see the carnage coming. You just don't want to admit it.
I don't like to actually like reveal the carnage until like I know they're at their peak. Like when they feel like they're the most confident, that's the best time. That's the best time. So we got some people that just jumped in here. We got Dank, Diego, L76. Let me see. Let me go through the list here. We got James Mays that just joined us. Mighty Mush has just joined us. Oh, we got some people. Oh, we got Nathan's in here. What's up, Nathan?
The sky?
The sky. You know what Gemsy says? The heavens. So he says the same thing. Are you guys about to start your show? Or
I am going to do a show, but not this second, no.
oh, okay.
Yeah, please
Well,
don't swear.
Kind of. Yeah, I know you were actually saying that too earlier, or not earlier. The other time you were in there.
No, I mean, I get it. Sometimes
But,
people can't help themselves. If they're going to swear, they're going to swear. But it just means that if they don't, I don't have to tick a certain box. That's all it means.
Oh, yeah. It's better that you can have the show open to everyone. Yeah, I get it. Are these guys following you in here?
I think so, yeah. Well, it's more the other way around. I'm led by them. They told me where I'm going today. So I was just fiddling with my camera, going, how can I get a better angle out of this camera? And they're deciding where we're going to host the show from today. I'm like, it's Friday. They've decided that Friday is a day that we're going to go venturing into other servers. So while you say, have they followed me in here? No, they've gone, you're going to go to this room. And I've gone in there. And then after they've sort of led me into the place I'm supposed to be, based on their decision, I'm now here, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can't scare up an intellect or two. Pseudo-intellect. Anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe?
Hello.
Hinka, what's up?
Not much. Not much. How are you?
Really well, man. So,
That's good.
do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yep.
Really? Do you
Yep.
have any supporting evidence for the Earth being an oblate spheroid?
Photos.
Photos. Which ones?
Yeah, that'd be my first one.
Your first one.
Just photos from satellites, bro.
Photos from satellites.
Yeah.
Do you have any one of those photos from satellites that you can demonstrate to us in the text channel right now?
Where is this? In the
just
text chat?
Yeah, just go to where you clicked in here to join the voice chat. There's a text channel right next to it.
Oh, shit. Yeah. All right, let me get the other one.
Sure.
Photographs of floor from the sky. This would be interesting.
2024 still
one.
photos. Okay.
Pick the one that actually you feel most confident displays the evidence that the Earth's the globe that you want to present. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, okay.
Peaceful warrior. What's up, guys? Welcome to the room. Yeah, just whenever you want to start, Nathan, just let us know so we can.
Consider it being started because I'm just paying attention, right? As voyeuristic as that may sound,
okay.
I want to listen to what goes on, as in this discussion that's about to take place. I'm in no way intending to step in. I want to hear what other people have got to say outside of the colour commentary, right? So how does this get argued? What's this guy's logic behind his evidence that he's about to present? I mean, you're focusing on him actually providing the evidence, which I frankly don't care about. I want to hear his logic, i.e. how does he come to his globe conclusion? And if his logic has that evidence slipped in somewhere, then great. But hopefully at some point someone will take him through what he's actually claiming when he says, yeah, I've got a picture that proves a globe. Okay, how do you link the two together? What's your logical consistency? How do you draw the conclusion? And hopefully we'll hear that from him. But I ideally don't want to step in. I just want to see how things pad out. That's what I want to actually see today.
I wish it would work in their head the way you just laid it out for him. because it's not going to happen that way. I guarantee it. This room doesn't. We want them to aspire for that type of logical consistency, but it just seems like they're bankrupt in that aspect. And I'm
well,
just
maybe that's where it'll go.
I guess
then.
I'm
I mean, in
divining
that
his
case,
thoughts, but
maybe he'll just literally offer us up a non sequitur if photo then globe Earth, and then we can go, okay, well that's a low standard, fine. But if that's what we find out, that's what we find out. If he never says another word, the standard is photo, with no logic to back it or reasoning behind what is in the photo, unless it's literally well, I don't want to speculate about what it could be, but
So you don't want a photo?
no, just put whatever you think. Listen, man, just throw it in the text chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Just put it in there.
If I put a photograph of Bigfoot in the chat, does that Bigfoot's real?
It doesn't
Well,
let me
according-
put it in the text chat.
Well, just
Wait,
hand it
which-
to me then.
On the where are you?
The text channel, yeah, the
Is it
text channel is like the same channel you click to come in here. The little chat
one.
bubble that's right at the end of the name of 24/7 Flat Earth. You see it?
Yeah, it doesn't actually let me put a photo on. Oh, you want a link? I could put a link. Yeah, sure.
just tell us what's in the photo.
Well, there is a photo of a satellite with a space shuttle docked onto it, and then there is the Earth in the background of said thing.
Okay. And from that, how do you draw conclusions of sphericity?
Well, the Earth is round in said photo, but that's not the only thing. It's just one of the things that are there.
So, did you say the Earth is round in the image?
That's correct. Yeah. There's a few. There's a few here.
Well, I mean,
There's a few here.
to my understanding, even within the rhetoric of heliocentrism, the satellites don't get far enough away to take a picture of Earth as a whole, unless you're talking Himawari images or however you pronounce it. What satellite are you referring to? Has it got
How
the whole
far away
Earth
do
as a
you think-
globe?
Do you think you need to be? The space station isn't going to be far
Yeah, no,
away
I'm gonna-
from it,
I'm gonna
because the
post
space
it- I'm
station
gonna-
goes pretty close.
Inca, I'm gonna post a picture for everyone. So. hold on.
Okay.
How far away do we think? No, it's how far away we're told. You've got to be
Just-
halfway
hold
to
on.
the distance.
Let's just hear him take us through what his perception of his images are and what he thinks they are and where they've come from and all those sorts of things. I just want him to tell us if this is his standard for believing he's on a globe, then I want to hear all about it from him.
Is that the one, Hinka?
Yes, that's it. That's actually that's a good photo.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so that's about. I think that's the International Space Station.
Who took the photo?
That would have this.
Who took this photo? Another satellite?
Probably another satellite,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
or maybe even a shuttle, or got no clue, buddy. But yeah, no, it's a pretty decent photo. Got the
Okay,
Earth in it.
So
Got
it's,
the
a,
satellite in
It's
it.
not even a photo.
so it's a picture of the ISS with,
Yes, it is.
won't be the entire Earth, but Earth with a curved edge to the horizon in it. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, the ISS can't take a full photo of the Earth because it's
No, I did
very
ask
close
that, but
to the
that's fine. Just take me through. Okay, so based on this image, take me through your logic
from that image.
as how that image says Earth's for a sphere. Take me through it.
Well, there is a large round object in it, and
No, there isn't.
that is assumed to be
No,
the
there isn't. There's
globe.
only a portion of it.
So you want a full photo?
No, I don't want anything.
Earth?
No, I'm not asking for anything. I don't need anything, right?
Okay,
But I'm
alright,
asking
sorry.
you to
So
take me through how you
don't-
think
you
this
don't
proves.
Consider that photo.
This isn't going to go well if you just start talking through me. You've asked me to clarify. I'm trying to.
Okay, clarify.
Yeah, twice you've said it's got a whole ball in it, effectively, is what you've suggested with the words you've used. Right? And I just wanted to clarify that isn't what it's showing. But that's fine. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I just want you to go through. Maybe that is your logic. So your logic is you see a bit of horizon and infer the rest of it is an entire sphere. If that is your logic, I'm not saying it is. I just want you to tell me that, rather than, well, you can see a ball-shaped Earth in it. No, you can't. That's factually wrong. So, perception problem maybe. Now, I'm not saying right or wrong, proving or disproving. I'm not saying any of that. I just want you to explain how it standardizes your belief in a globe to us. That's it.
Right. Okay. So in the image, it is not a full globe. It is part of what I perceive to be a sphere, and like there is an obvious curve in this image. The satellite is above Earth. There's no other planet that the ISS orbits. So from my perception of this image, the picture is of the satellite docked with a space shuttle orbiting around the Earth.
Okay, let's go through a few of those things then. So you said the ISS is a satellite orbiting the planet. Okay.
That is correct.
Right. What is your understanding of what an orbit is?
It is consistently falling towards the Earth, but it is can't go straight down, so it is going down a certain angle that makes it go around the Earth instead of falling towards it.
When you say a certain angle, you mean as you measure the ISS in the sky, its angle recedes towards the horizon, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you seem hesitant. Do you know what angle you mean when you say angle?
The angle of orbit.
You're mumbling a bit, my friend. Can you speak up?
Yep, so it's going on a angle of orbit.
Okay. So do you know where orbits have come from in the first place? How they came to exist?
Like the word or the act of orbit?
So to get to what you've described with an object falling around a sphere, you start with measurements.
Yep.
You start with measurements, and those measurements can then be translated into mathematics. And those mathematics give you this notion that things fall around sphere-shaped grounds. That would be the Earth in your description. I'm asking if you understand how that mathematics of orbits has come to pass, how it exists, what it is, who came up with it, and how it was measured to exist.
I understand it came from Isaac Newton.
Say again?
Came up with the first mathematics of it.
I didn't hear what you said, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Isaac Newton?
Newton? No.
Newton.
Okay, so you don't know where orbits came from. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You don't know where they came from. That's fine. You assume Newton. No. Okay.
Do you know where it came from?
That's all right. We'll just move past that. We're just figuring out your standard for your belief in your ball. The other thing you said was about the item itself that's measured with respect to its angles. Yeah? That's orbital motion. That starts with a measurement of angles off a flat baseline to derive these motions in Keplerian orbital motion. But that's okay. We won't labour that particular bit. We'll move on to the ISS itself. It must be, and then you gave a description of what the ISS must be. What do you know about the ISS?
Well, it's a space station, an international program to build a satellite that is orbiting the Earth, where people can conduct experiments. It's about 100 meters in length.
Okay, let's start there.
And
how do you know it's 100 meters in length? How do you know that? Let's start with the measurement, if you will. How do you know that?
That's just a guess. I can look it up. I was
no. How do you know it? No. Don't interpret my question. How do you know it's 100 meters?
I was told.
So you don't know.
Well, I'm assuming the person who told me.
Okay, okay, you're assuming. That's fine. That's a good enough answer. Okay, what about the place the image that you lean on came from, where the ISS is claimed to have taken the photo or been taken with the partial horizon-based curve that you inferred was an entire sphere when extrapolated? Okay, where was the image taken from?
Presumably another satellite.
No, where was that? What's the location?
This image.
Where was it taken from?
Oh,
What's the
so
place it's taken from?
above. Looks like the ocean.
From the ocean? What? Not from outer space?
Well, this is taken from outer space. You're asking for yes, this was taken in outer space, but I thought you meant like where
Yeah,
are we looking
where?
at in terms
Exactly,
of,
where? Outer space, right?
Yeah,
What's that?
past the Earth's atmosphere? I actually don't think this is outer space. I don't think the ISS is even outer space. Isn't that still in the atmosphere?
If you're
technically?
claiming that there's a photo come from this place, I'd hope you'd know. I mean, you're basing an entire worldview and belief on it, but you don't. You just that's fair enough. I mean,
No,
you don't
I'm
know.
not basing an entire.
So
worldview.
okay,
It's
so you
just
don't
an
know where it's
evidence
taken from.
of-
It could. Okay, I just need to be clear about what you understand about what you've lent on and offered to a group of people as evidence, and you don't really know. It could be from space, but you don't really know. Is that correct?
Yeah, not really. No.
You were muttering again. I didn't understand what you said.
Not really. No.
You don't know where it's come from. You don't know the word that you use to explain how it's behaving. That's orbits, and where that came from. Okay, and you don't know how big it is, but you've been told, and therefore you've got a few assumptions. Do you think this is a strong piece of evidence to base an entire worldview on? What do you think so far? I haven't critiqued it yet, by the way.
I'm not basing my entire worldview. I'm not basing my entire worldview on that image. That is just a image.
No, you are. That's the evidence you've presented.
But I'm not. That's the evidence I was asked to present.
Yeah, evidence for your worldview. Your belief in a sphere.
I said there's photos of it.
Okay, are you saying this isn't... Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So this isn't your evidence for your worldview. I don't really understand why you present it then.
I was asked why I believe in the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that'd be... I don't really understand why you want to... You seem defensive. You seem defensive. I don't understand why this has gone off the rails so quickly. I'm paraphrasing what you were asked to provide based on your worldview, and you've provided it, and I've said, this is good evidence for your worldview. Now you seem defensive about it and paraphrasing, well, I was asked to provide evidence for my worldview. Yeah. Is it good evidence based on the assumptions? Just trying to summarise. At this point, all I've done so far is ask you about what you're presenting. I haven't critiqued it in any way. And I just want to know, given there's quite a few interruptions, whether or not you still think this is a good standard or not.
Right. Well, there was critique in it, but this is just one image.
What was my critique? I didn't think I did. What was my critique? I didn't think I critiqued it.
You just said that I shouldn't be basing my whole worldview off of one image.
That's a critique of you, not the evidence.
You're still critiquing.
No, the evidence hasn't been critiqued yet in the slightest. All I've done is repeat it back and asked you how you standardise what you have presented. I haven't actually critiqued the evidence at all. Just said, okay, I didn't even critique you. I asked you if you still think it's good evidence or not. And you got a bit defensive about the phraseology. Is this good evidence of your worldview? I'll just ask again. Is it good evidence of your worldview or not?
Yes.
Okay. Even though you've based it on what you've been told about what this item is in a place that you don't really know where it is, based on a motion that I'll tell you right now is measurements of a flat Earth. The angles that are described with an orbital motion give Kepler the third law of interplanetary motion, derived from flat Earth angles to light in the sky. That's how its basis gives you an orbit. So it's hard for me as a flat earther, obviously, to even conceptualize what you described when you say a ball falling around another ball, because that only exists in a derivation, mathematics that is, mathematical derivation of a flat earth measurement. So that can't be world proving when it comes to sphericity, because it's based on a measurement of a flat earth. So let's cover the rest of the critique of this guy's claim. The rest of it being the sky vacuum itself, the area. We weren't quite certain, claimant that is, in terms of whether or not we can call it space or not, where the ISS is. Regardless, the area above our heads, the black bit, is claimed to be 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's an area of low pressure, otherwise known as a space. And in terms of what gas does, its behaviour is to expand into whatever volume it's got available to it. That is to say, gas fills space. So if the sky was a vacuum, that's space, then we'd all be dead. We'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place, because the first particle of gas would leave the ground and immediately vacate into a vacuum, never to return. And there would never ever be any development of gas pressure, that's it pressing on something, because the heliocentric model has no containment. Rockets, ISS, moon landings, they all take place by travelling through the high pressure gas we all breathe into an area 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's a sky vacuum that doesn't exist. So the pictures claimed to come from the ISS are all fake if they claim to come from space, in orbit, derived from a flat plane measurement that we did cover in the pre-show. So with that in mind, I don't mind asking the housekeeping question. Is there any evidence that you can have the gas pressure that we're all breathing without containment?
Negative.
Without the container, there can be no pressure.
So how can we have an
That's
area?
a fact.
So for the guy who claimed pictures from space, how can we have an area akin to Narnia to take pictures of Earth from? Answer, we can't. The place the images came from is fake. There is no outer space. Gas would be filling it. Hopefully one of my mods in the live stream chat will put a link to politics server. So we're actually in 24/7 flat earth room in the politics server again. We were here last Friday, I believe. Not normally we come twice in a row, but by popular demand, we're back in the politics server. So the usual flat earth debate Discord server had a discussion in the pre-show deciding which server we'd be going to, and this is the one that we're coming to. So obviously you guys are a favorite.
So Nathan, you have a guy named Geeks. He's been wanting to talk to you, chopping at the bit actually, when you were doing your pre-show. So he wants to speak to you, I guess. So I'm gonna unmute him, and I guess if he has any questions about maybe your housekeeping questions or anything.
Oh, right. The housekeeping
All right,
question.
Geeks.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container? I mean, if he wants to answer that, he's more than welcome.
Should I do my introduction, guys?
No, just...
Well. We meet again, Mr. Oakley.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Do you remember me, sir?
Oh, is this guy retarded?
Yeah, Geeks, you got at least pretend like you're sober, okay? At least try.
Yeah, I believe in you, Geeks. What's up, Nathan?
Thank you.
Hello, whoever
So
that was.
I actually don't believe there is gas on gas. I've been looking in my telescope, and I think there's like a solid shell. What do you think?
I don't care.
Is that possible though?
I don't care.
Well, you asked about gas in the container. Now you say you don't care. Okay, fine.
No, I don't care. No, you guys need a container for your worldview.
No.
Me, I'm not making
That's
any
what I'm
claims
saying.
about that.
There is a
My bad.
container.
It's been 3 words. My
There
bad.
is a container.
You take centre stage, mate. Everyone's here to listen to you.
No, I'm discussing with you. Unless you don't want to. It sounds like you don't want to talk to me. So okay, fine. All right. Good luck.
So yeah, I don't make any claims about the sky, so I don't need containment or anything of that nature. I know we're breathing gas pressure. I don't need to make any claims about why that would exist or
I'm
what the
saying you
sky
are.
is.
I'm saying I am.
Am I
I'm
bad?
saying I
Is
am.
this me not wanting to have a conversation with some drunk asshole who wants to talk straight through the middle of me? Yeah, you've just
Well, if
removed
you're gonna be
yourself from this
rude-
discussion, and now you continue. You want to be centre stage. You want to be somebody. You've got a star in your eyes. You want to be centre stage. I get it. Go ahead.
Oh, what a horrible person to engage with. No, not bothered. You're a horrible person. Deal with
You
yourself.
remove this
sir.
person. I don't need
Totally
these ad
final.
homs. I just don't need this. It's not. This isn't my
You're
day.
just-
My
you're
day's
just
quite joyful generally, being told I'm a horrible person. No, I was just having a conversation with you, and halfway through my sentence, you decided no, you're going to start talking through the middle of that as I explain that I'm not making any claims about the sky, because I'm not. You have a claim it's a sky vacuum in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and we debunk that by asking a simple question. How can you, with a sky vacuum belief, have gas pressure that we're all breathing, that is absolutely without question, without containment? That would be to say you can travel into an area of volume that rockets can travel through to get to the moon and satellites to fall around in. No. How do you have that? That's your rhetoric. We're challenging it. That was what I would have been able to say if I wasn't unimpeded by a drunk asshole who's got a globe belief and has previously come here to tell me my stats are bad, I'm a bad person. He's got nothing. That's what you globe believers have got, personal attacks. While I'm trying to define your belief in a sky vacuum that you can't prove because it violates a law of nature. Fun days in the politics survey reminds me of the last time we were here last week. People don't actually want to listen. They want to state their claim and then rumpus the crap out of you so you don't get to respond to them annihilating their fundamentalist belief in a bull. People don't like it. They want you to just listen to their claim. I've got a picture from space. Really, what's space? I don't know. How big is it? 100 metres? How do you know? I don't. Right, so, okay, well, this is a good bit of evidence for your fundy belief in a sphere-shaped world that's based on measurements of a flat plane. I'm thinking no. Raise your standards, fundies. You on the ball have got very low standards to prove your faith.
Hinker, did you want to come in, mate? Yes, please do.
Why does the air get thinner when we go higher?
There's less of it. What's that got to do with anything? That's a delta of my question. So gas pressure gradients.
Because if we have gas pressure and we're in a container, you would expect that gas pressure to remain the same because it would evenly spread out through the container.
Would it? Did you not learn about the hydrological cycle?
No, you're interrupted. I'm trying.
Because I wanted to disagree with you because you're wrong. Most people have a basic standard of education where they learn about things like the hydrological cycles. Did you not learn about that in school?
What does that have to do with the air pressure?
Because we have cycles. We're talking about gas and its behaviour, kind of everything to do with it, because that's how it behaves. You're denying how it behaves because you want to deny that we have cycles and infer that we have equilibrium. No, we don't. I mean, I thought everyone learned about that in school, like gas cycles and stuff. Gas is produced at the ground. Now, the fact that it can dissipate at high pressure means that there's less of it where it isn't produced. That's up in the sky as it travels up, defying any belief in gravity that you fundies have. It goes up from the ground, gets less, because it's not being produced in the sky. Yeah? But it cycles, back down again. Like with rain, as an example. Yeah? That's a cycle. It's not an equalised system, and why you would infer that under pressurised containment we would have to have equilibrium. No, we don't experience that. There's wind and cycles. We don't experience equilibrium, but we do experience gas pressure, and that requires us having containment. Otherwise, the wind that we experience in the contained system we must be in would just be dissipating into the sky vacuum instantaneously with us all choking like in Total Recall.
So why can't that same value be applied to the Earth without a container?
Are you mumbling? Can you repeat that clearly?
Why can't that same value be applied to the Earth without a container? Because it's not a vacuum, like it's sucking air out. It's just the gravity is holding the Earth.
Two
holding
claims.
the Earth's air closer.
Do you want me to deal with the question or the claim you made? Which one do you want me to deal with, the question or the claim?
You can deal with both.
Okay, we'll deal with the question you asked first. Why can't we have a pounds per square inch value without a square inch? Because we haven't got a square inch for our pounds to press on if there's no containment. That's what pressure is. As defined by NASA, the force exerted on the walls of the container, end quote, NASA, when defining what gas pressure is. You need a container, it's an antecedent to have gas pressure, so you can have it pressing as opposed to dispersing into sky vacuums, so it can develop complex systems like cycles, like the hydrological cycle that you thought would be equilibrium. It isn't. So why wouldn't we have the same effect, what gas pressure, without something to press on? Because it wouldn't have anything to press on. That answers your question. You said force of gravity? What? You think that the gas which goes up is affected by a downward bias? It's going up from the ground. What are you babbling about? Furthermore, the force of gravity was superseded 109 years ago by a pseudo-conceptual fourth-dimensional medium invented by a man named Einstein, and very specifically detailed as not being a force. So, number one, gas isn't going down. So, number two, it's not affected by a Newtonian downward bias. And number three, the Newtonian downward bias that isn't affecting gas that goes up isn't a bending pseudo-Riemannian force space-time invented by Einstein mathematically that has no bearing on anything because it's not a force. So I hope that addresses your claim that we've got a force of gravity holding gas go down, go boom, boom, when it goes up from the ground. Up! Furthermore, yeah, we need containment for gas pressure. It's an antecedent-consequent relationship. We described the force on the walls of the container. It's like saying, why can't we have yummy, cushy air pressure around the rim of a wheel without a tyre? You answer me. Why can't we have the lovely effects of the squishy air without the horrible expense of having to buy a container to put it in? The rubber's really expensive. Why can't we just have that without any containment?
Plus, they don't have any down.
Normal Earth pressure.
Come again?
It's higher than the normal pressure of the space around it.
What, like Earth at a higher pressure than the space around it? It would expand into it, yeah. Like
So
the tyre
the-
pressure. I'm still talking.
standard
I'm still
pressure.
talking. I'm still talking. This is triggering. I understand that what I say is utterly devastating to somebody with a religious belief in an area of volume that gas is not filling, akin to tyre pressure without the tyre. Now, what you say is, well, the tyre's at higher pressure than the air around it. What, like 14 psi versus 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum? Yeah, that's a differential that couldn't exist. It violates a law of nature, entropic law. Yeah, the gas would want to fill that space, leaving us all dead. Yeah, like the tyre, even with a tiny hole in it, eventually all the gas will get out. Well, is there a tiny hole in the container around Earth? No, there isn't one. You've just got a rhetoric of rockets going into an area of volume that gas doesn't. It's nonsense. There is no outer space. There's no pictures coming from there. It's utterly absurd. It's a violation of natural law. There must be containment for us to be at pressure.
Next.
Did he say gas goes in, go boom boom, or down, go boom boom?
Oh, he said down, John.
Doesn't. It doesn't, but go ahead, John.
Down is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, not a curve.
Yeah. What is it with the globe believers utilising flat earth concepts like down? I don't get it. They need a flat earth to make their globe belief. It's mad.
I think I got something for you here that's I've been following for the last couple of days. The New York prison system was going to lock down all the inmates for the eclipse. They cited security reasons, that the guards will be too distracted to effectively administrate prison security. So a bunch of inmates said it violates their First Amendment right to religion if they're being banned from being able to see the eclipse. And the religion they cited was atheism. And the courts agreed.
Whoa, no way.
Practice.
No
Yeah.
way. So it's defined if you can have a precedent set by a judge that says this aspect of heliocentrism is the religion of atheism, that's now set as precedent.
Yeah, here's a link right here. They just settled this morning. So the 8 or 6 inmates will be allowed to view the eclipse as it would violate their practice of their religion, atheism.
Wow.
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 That's big.
Isn't that interesting?
That's
And
loony.
who would have known?
That's gnarly.
Go ahead. It is. Who would have known that religion of, if you're going to call it that, atheism, requiring a view of the claim to be orbital motion producing the eclipse, was actually based on flat Earth angle measurements? Who knew? We're teaching advanced heliocentrism now. People obviously are completely unaware that their belief in a globe is based on measurements of Earth that is a flat plane. The globe belief has its genesis in flat Earth measurements. Very few people know that.
Okay, then maybe I will ask John. You can answer any question, or not question, or you can argument against anything that globe is trying to say. Oh, you need a flat plane of reference to to get that. Why do you think it is? Because of the Earth is flat. Therefore, you can answer any argument. Oh, you need a flat plane of reference to get that.
Yeah.
Is I'm absolutely correct?
Are you asking John?
Or I'm asking John, yes.
No, I've just looked at the claims that Earth's a sphere, and they all require a flat plane of reference.
So you can really answer any question, not question, or argument, or statement, or claims. Maybe all of them. Maybe something.
I can give you an example. The previous discussion here, the gas pressure. That the description of the gradients, it starts at sea level. It requires a horizontal plane of reference for that description.
Johnny was just about to. A perfect example. Was that George? Thank you. But Johnny was about to get to the point where he was going to state, and I'm putting words in your mouth because you didn't quite get there, Johnny, that you could just say all of your globe claims will require a flat Earth, and that would be correct. But that's also a bit 2023. Because upon realizing that what we then paraphrase into all roads lead to a flat Earth, that doesn't necessitate arguing against the starting point that's been back engineered to be able to make the statement that you need a flat Earth in the first place. Ergo, in 2024, we can make the positive assertion without any globe reference. Earth is measured flat.
Yes, and also if you are talking about the object that is falling down in a free fall, you also need a flat plane of reference to say so, right? Is I wrong about that?
Yeah, it's just working from the outside in rather than the inside out. So rather than through 2023, when we're talking about parallel light rays coming to a globe surface that can't give you angles and then transposing it into the center of hell so you can work on the equatorial plane, that's a road leading from a claim to be sphere that you can imagine back to the starting point of a flat Earth. That's all roads lead to a flat Earth. The other way round is, at that point, who gives a toss about the globe? Earth's measured flat. So just say that as it is. Why are we having to work defensively against people's current globe belief when we can just state as fact and a positive assertion on the front foot, offensively, Earth's measured flat? What's that? You want to install a globe belief into this? Well, I'll just show you how that came from a genesis of a flat Earth measurement.
And I will say, because of my knowledge, that the Earth is measured flat with sextant, and that's so obvious for me. That's my understanding and knowledge. It's because they think that it's a sphere. It's because it's a celestial sphere. There may be that is manipulation of making your Earth as spherical. But it's not the Earth that is spherical. It's a celestial view, and that's because of perspective. How can I explain that very easily for people?
Explain what? You don't have to call it perspective, because to ascribe what we have described terrestrially as perspective would be reasonable but unnecessary when describing navigation. Okay, so when it's plonked in orthographic view, as I've just had on screen, you can see that the perspective is removed. You're seeing side on like they do with the globe, and all you're seeing is the triangle and the right angle that forms with the star. Now, you could, but again, it's not necessary, describe the recession from zenith, that's a star directly above your head, as you move away from it towards the horizon, right? So let's say it's Polaris, just to keep it simple. It's not moving, you're backing away from it. As you back away from it, it moves towards the horizon. Or alternatively, you stand in one spot and pick a star that does move, you watch it go towards the horizon, and it gets lower and lower and lower. Well, that would be the same effect if you had a building that you moved away from. You back away from it, it gets closer and closer to the horizon. So you go, okay, well, these two things seem akin. So it's perspective, right? No. Because other effects that can be worked into the description of angular resolution loss, Rayleigh criterion, and the respective angles and limitations with respect to the surface don't apply to the sky when you're talking about the stars. In fact, they fundamentally defy it in one respect. As you raise in altitude, the angle that you measure with your sextant on your boat, Johnny, doesn't change compared to a hot air balloon directly above your boat if the hot air balloon was capable of getting to 100,000 feet. If it can measure the stars, it's getting the same angle as you are on the ground. Now, there's no limitation in terms of the sky, whereas on the ground there is. There's a limitation to the deck. And they've used that optical effect to call it Earth curve. We won't get into that now. But that means it defies perspective, doesn't it? Lastly, just for you, Johnny, when you were following this process, did you ever need or feel the requirement to go out of your way to redefine the things you were using in the process, like the horizon or elevation angle measurements themselves, or whether or not what you were doing would be conducive to a perspective description? Did you ever feel compelled when actually doing it to do any of those things, or did you just follow the process?
Yeah, I have knowledge that we have because the angle to the ground, that's the angular resolution is lost. But the whole picture is how we are getting the measurement or the degree. Then that is the elevation angle to the sun, and the sun can be so far away. It's more far away that the angular resolution to the ground can fix. But you have the horizon far away. That is just our apparent measurement, but it has to be flat to work. Therefore, that is absolutely proof, because that's the only way it can work. You can get circular.
I'm just going to stop you, just because I've asked you a really particular question. I do agree with you. Yes, it has to be flat. That's how it works. But when it is in operation, that is to say, imagine you're doing it right now. When you're doing it, do you go, I wonder how I should term the horizon that I'm pointing this mirror at? Or do you just point your mirror at it? Do you, when looking at the star, go, the fact that this is at a 45-degree angle must mean that I could describe this as perspective? Or do you just measure a 45-degree angle to that star you're going to be navigating with? Do you see where I'm going?
Yeah, I just take the elevation angle and put it down to the line in front of me. That's what we call
perfect.
Horizon.
Perfect. If I may, Johnny, perfect.
Fine.
Perfect. You just follow the process. Right, the process is what it is. So currently, and we've stamped this out through 23 to be perfectly honest, but we've got a few stragglers that still feel the need to argue with us about this process. It's like, why are you arguing with me about what celestial navigation is? Well, we must define the horizon as X. How would you describe... I don't care. It's not relevant. The process works on a flat Earth. It proves we're measuring it flat. How we define things like the horizon or the angle measurement in terms of perspective with our crude English words is irrelevant to the process and what it proves and what you're measuring. We are processing this information of the angles to the stars into all of our maps and models, including the globe, and it's flat. The measurement starts flat. The globe has its genesis in these measurements. That's all that matters. No apologetics are needed. That's what it is. Not up for discussion or debate or what I think this or that and the other within the process will be defined as. It's irrelevant. Earth is being measured flat, navigated flat, built on flat. We describe up and down when it comes to arguments about delta X earlier in this live show. With respect to sea level, what? How much does the air thin out at a certain altitude with respect to sea level? We're going to need flat planes to describe all of these things for you to argue about a non sequitur, because delta X has nothing to do with gas pressure needing to be pressing on something. But if you can appeal to something that seems like it's conducive with the argument, well, we've got a pressure gradient, let's argue about that. And how you explain the dynamic system, who cares? Yeah? If rockets can go into a volumeless area, an area of volume, my bad, then so can all the gas. That's the point. Space is fake. But to describe it in the argument, they still need a flat plane to do it. Up and down. What, with respect to a horizontal? Yeah, you'll need a flat earth for that. Sea level's what describes the pressures at various elevations.
I will come back to.
Just let Johnny round out. Then hold on, Johnny. Get control. Then hold on, Johnny. I've got to get control. Then I'll reintroduce you. I promise. But I've got to be under control. Brian after Johnny, if you don't mind. He was just that was his point. So go ahead, Johnny.
No worries. Thank you. I will just round off. I will just talk about then. If the argument is against my sextant navigation, they are using some kind of spherical geometry and spherical angles. That is absolutely nonsense. I don't know about that. It doesn't matter if they say that in the math. They can do something spherical geometry, triangulation.
That's contradiction.
What they call it. That is nonsense because nobody is using it. If nobody is using it, why are they using that as an argument?
If you're talking about PZX angles, right, you're talking about the angles that they plot out on the protractor when they're measuring an angle with respect to a polar-eccentric system in the centre of Earth. You can transpose out the angle into a curve angle on the protractor. That's what they're doing. It doesn't mean that you're representing what you actually measure to the surface. It just means that they can then, this is back to 2023, say, oh yeah, of course I'm getting an angle off a flat surface. It's so big it's flat, giving me the angle, and all the light rays come in parallel, and therefore we can use it with respect to the centre of Earth. Because it effectively is, it's all moving to the centre. Why? Because it just is, it's so far away. Okay, so we're in the centre of Earth, but we're measuring on the surface without an angle-based surface to give us the angle. But that's because it's so big it's flat. That's working backwards and apologising within the debate and having to work through all of their fundamentalist beliefs that are based on a system that's been put into effect. That's the protractor representative of the globe Earth for you to not stand on because you're in it. Well, all of those to be described started with the measurement of the angles to the stars, in this case Polaris, for a radial value of a sphere Earth that's going to be the protractor you measured through. So that's, as I say, in 2024, Johnny, where I just start. Earth's measured flat. You measured it flat. You followed the process flat. You didn't question anything about it. It just functioned as it functioned with your flat map and your circles that you drew on it flat. Because that's how the world works. And that's how it's mapped and measured, and that's how the globe came to fruition. Is there anything else, Johnny? Otherwise, Brian will be chomping at the bit.
I will just say that then in the end, I will say, yeah, we are not listening to answer like, oh, the Earth is so peaky. No, that's over. Thank you.
Yeah, Brian.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Johnny. I have two things to say on it, on what you've just, a couple of things you brought up. One is all they did was place a globe in between the surface they're measuring the angle on and the point on the celestial dome that the angle is going to. That's all they did. They just placed a circle over that and said that you were referencing a point on the surface of a globe. So the surface you're measuring from is a flat plane,
and the celestial dome mathematically is, you just mathematically is an orthographic dome. So it's just a point. It doesn't have to be. You can make it into a triangle. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be dome, but just dome is the easiest. And to a point on that, that's what you're doing. So when you're making that measurement, all they're doing is sticking a globe surface, mathematical globe surface, between you, the person measuring the angle, and the point on the celestial dome that you're measuring to. It's just absolute. It's just a mathematical hijacking of a protractor. That's all it is, the celestial dome. But when it comes to you just brought up there a minute ago as well, the pressure gradient. The reason that this is when they bring that up, they're in the category error because they're not addressing the reality. The reality is we don't have a closed static system because that's where air would just expand. In a closed static system, the air will have an equal pressure throughout. So a closed static system would be like a canister in a factory with gas in it, right? The pressure would be basic depending on temperature, but if the temperature is equal, it's going to be an equal pressure throughout, right, from the bottom to the top. Whereas we live in a closed dynamic system, right? We have cycles and we have the sun heating the surface of the earth, that then through radiative heat transfer, that then is transferred through conductive heat transfer from the surface to the air, and then that becomes a convective heat transfer through the air, creating convection currents, and the convection cells are a main part of our gradient. But we can't have that temperature or that gradient or the gas pressure or a low grade vacuum like we do have in the sky or any vacuum without a container. You can't have any of those things in reality without a container. So they're claiming gas pressure, temperature, and vacuum without container. So they don't understand the world they're living in because they just pre-assume that it's this open system. You know what I mean? And that gravity is somehow a force, right? Something that's thrown out the window in 1915, and that is somehow creating a gas pressure gradient, something that mainstream PhDs, right, are literally correcting themselves publicly for stating in the past and saying, sorry, we do have a gas pressure gradient, but that has nothing to do with gravity or a gradient of gravity. That's not the same thing. One does not create the other. So we have a lot of people who just don't know what they're talking about. They're just getting these things from some other anti-flat earther or baller, and they think they have some kind of an argument, but they have no substance and no context to the argument. They don't understand what they're talking about. They don't understand the fusion. If we had a vacuum that was 10 to the minus 17 torr surrounding us, then there's no way, even with temperature differences, there'll be no way for that gas we're breathing now to not diffuse into this area of basically no resistance, right? But more than that, and there might even be a gradient, but the gradient wouldn't be what we have in reality, right? And if there was a vacuum to 10 to the minus 17 torr, that had to be surrounded by a solid container. You know what I mean? Because they keep on wanting to bring us into this non-reality. That's not reality. Now that's the difference. We're arguing with people for years now, a decade for some of us, right? Betty and that, 9 years for me and you, Nathan, and others. Right? We're arguing with these people who don't want to live in reality, or they're not living in reality. So you're having an argument with them about what's happening in reality, and their comeback is something to do with a paradigm that's just made up. You know, how are you supposed to win a debate when you're debating someone who is living in a paradigm that's not reality, and you're addressing reality? You're both in the category error.
Yeah, but the
One
standard.
of you should be at a Comic-Con. You know what I mean? One of you should be at
Before you draw
Comic-Con.
comparisons to Comic-Con, okay, because of the standard that your average layman will accept, if you are told by an authority that you've got a photo from Narnia, and Narnia is the worldview that everybody holds, then that photo's from Narnia. Us coming along and going, but there isn't a Narnia. In fact, Narnia violates quite a few several natural laws. So how can Narnia be real? they will then tell you, I've got a photo from it. And when you ask them to question their own sanity when it comes to the standard that they're ascribing to the photo, they very quickly realise that they've just appealed to the authority that's told them it's a photo from Narnia. So their standard on a surface level is, well, of course we've got a Narnia, I've got a photo from there. You appealing to gas pressure gradients as a delta X in the anti-flat earth rhetoric that we argue here in the trenches, yeah, that's not the standard that most normies would adhere to. They just go, photo from space. No, space isn't real. You just haven't appreciated that. You've taken it on faith. Like the rest of the globe model that's based on flat earth measurements. The reification of the flat earth measurements into sphericity is taken on faith. Nobody's looking at a globe, experiencing a globe, building on a globe. That doesn't happen. Where do they get their images from, though? Well, photos from space. There's a very different standard at work. People are lazy, Brian. When you get into the rhetoric of the trenches, they're fighting their own cognitive dissonance at that point.
Yeah, that was beautifully explained by you, Brian. But they'll come right in and show you a picture.
What
you
was
can
also
lay that out 100 times, and somebody will come and show you a picture.
what also explained beautifully by Brian, and I hope this continues, is as our understanding, this has started with John 2 years ago, John, who's on the panel, Refracted Curvature, right? When he took two puppets and explained how you can turn the flat surface of a kitchen into the protractor. Yeah? Now, 2 years later, we all got it. We got it back then, but understanding how you can show that in celestial navigation manuals or Danny Faulkner in front of a congregation when he's describing angles from hell. There's a reason he's got to take it there, and it's because that is the genesis of the systems that infer there's a 3,959 mile protractor around your position. And then beyond that, you've got an infinitely expanded out celestial sphere. Why is it infinite? Well, because there is no perspective involved, there is no sphere involved, there is no protractor involved, so therefore there's no globe Earth and there's no sphere of the heavens. You've got a parallel plane. For you to have the view of something above your head moving towards the horizon like an aeroplane when it maintains level flight, it, to your view, looks like it's following a curved path towards the horizon. That's just how the world presents itself to you. To then say, well, because of which I can represent the angles I can measure out to each of these stars receding towards the horizon, as though they were in a dome called the celestial sphere. No, they're not. They're parallel with the ground, so much so that they don't even change in angle as you raise up. It can only be parallel with the flat ground that must be in effect for it to function in that way and be capable of being described as a celestial sphere. But as you move along the ground, your representative view of the world will change with respect to the stars above you. Likewise, the position of those stars above the ground changes as time flows. Now, we've tracked those positions with respect to their angles on a flat plane, and that is what the basis of globe comes from. That's where it is originating in these measurements of the stars with respect to a horizontal plane and the sky parallel with it. I'm done.
They use another word to describe that as well. It's an oxymoron. It's called the planisphere.
I mean, it's fair enough to describe it that way. In orthographic view, if you watch you looking out from your position, if you forget about you actually watching the stars and seeing them from your position, you're now stepping back from someone else who's watching the stars. And as you're looking at them, they lie on their back on the ground and go, oh, there's a star right above me. So as you look at them, you've got a line going up in orthographic view, basically, to the star above them. Then they stand up and look to their left. And they go, oh, I've got a star on my horizon, because they're with a walkie-talkie radioing this back to you. So in orthographic view, with you looking at them, there's a star down on the left-hand side of them. Yeah? At 0 degrees on a protractor. Likewise, at 180 degrees, when he turns around and looks at the opposite horizon, he's got a star on that horizon. Well, you can see that between those points on the horizon and the one above his head, you can put in all of the stars that he can see from his view and ascribe them angle measurements along a protractor. Right, so now you've got a guy on the ground you're looking at with a protractor around him that you've mapped out. Well, obviously the stars aren't on those points of the protractor that you've drawn on this image, so we'll put them further out. So we'll draw another sphere around that protractor. And we're going to call that sphere the celestial sphere, where the stars are positioned. Now, does that mean at that point that you've got a dome around you with the stars. No, because the star that was on the horizon when we first described this example isn't crashing into the ground. Yeah, it's still in the sky above someone else somewhere else. So it's parallel with the ground, capable of being described in an angular way, or even, if you will, a perspective way. Doesn't mean it is. In fact, to have this description, it must be parallel. Flat sky, flat ground, that's how it works. And that's the basis for the globe.
I can turn my sitting room floor here, that's a flat floor. Like, you know, it's not you know, you can only describe it as flat, right? Concrete floor. I can turn that into the surface of a sphere, the surface of a half sphere, of a dome, by pre-assuming that the light that's in the ceiling is at an infinite distance away, and that the measurement I'm taking is not from the surface of the floor. That floor is surrounding the flat surface that I'm taking the measurement from. I can then turn that mathematically, this flat floor, into a half dome, or into a dome, like a half sphere.
Exactly, like I exampled right at the beginning where John did it with Bunk and Debunk the Puppets. So Roger Ledwell, thank you for the super chat. He says, ever read The Silver Chair? Hats off to Puddleglum. What's Puddleglum? I haven't read it, sorry. Thank you for the super chat though. 101 people watching, so a very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. Chances are you've joined us because someone shared the show with you. Please share the show if you've not done so already. It's like 2 clicks. Press share and then press Facebook and that's it. Really easy to share the show. Go ahead.
No, not ahead. Johnny's here.
Just 1 second, Johnny.
I will change the...
Johnny, I'll do the same to you as I did to Brian earlier. Just hold your horses. I'll come to you in a second. Brian, go ahead, then Johnny.
Just a second, yeah. Because John, no offense to refracted, he just won't do it. So I'm going to have to make... I might be able to do it. No, I'll have to. I don't have my computer working at the moment. But I should have a computer to use in the close future. And as soon as I do, I think I'm going to make the do it yourself, turn your sitting room floor into a half sphere, step-by-step tutorial. That way everyone will understand.
That reminds me.
What do you mean John won't do it? What happened?
Although it's an off-topic subject, probably should be discussed in a pre or after show. But I did mention to my tech guy that you wanted a computer at some stage, and then I haven't actually mentioned to him that you might be getting one by an alternative means. Should have actually mentioned that to him, and you specifically told me. Make sure you make your computer guy aware that I might not be needing a computer from him. Anyway, that's just something to make a note to myself, and saying it on the live show will remind me to tell him next time I see him. Oh, by the way, I think Brian might have sourced a different computer. I just don't want him looking out for you, that was all. I've just forgotten to tell him.
Yeah, no. Well, listen, if he comes across something good anyway, I might be interested anyway, but I'm just saying that right now it looks like I'm going to have a computer to use in the next 2 weeks. So...
Awesome.
Thanks.
Sorry, guys.
I appreciate it, though. I do appreciate it, big time, definitely. A lot.
Cool beans. That aside was brought to you by the internal workings of Flat Earth debate. And meanwhile, over to you, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't know the argument. Taking that horse down again. I know it's not the right way to say it, but the horse is down. Maybe we don't have to talk about it so long time. So we have to go with white things. White things like it's a lot of flat earthers that really thinks like a widget. So Coriolis is some kind of a force or something that can do something, and they agree with the Boris. Yeah, I understand what they are trying to say, what Coriolis is, but they have to call it something else. What is Coriolis? Coriolis is just an optical illusion, or that you think you see if you are on a rotating reference frame, non-rotating. And if you have inertia and non-inertia. That's the question.
Don't forget spinning.
Really well. He just said non-rotating rather than non-inertial. I was following along. No, you're doing really well. Keep going, Johnny. You're doing really well.
So why are flat earthers still don't understanding what this is about? It's pissing me off. Therefore, I really have to bring it up. That was my point, really, to come in here, to point it out. It has to stop. It's
No.
just about the illusion. What is it
Yeah, I
about?
don't summarize
But
it again.
it's
You've done a
real.
good job already. Stop.
It's
You've done it.
real.
Stop. You've done a good job. You've done a great job. You've summarized it. Non-inertial turning reference frame. You observing the illusion from the turning reference frame. You've done a good job of summarizing it, and you're absolutely correct. You didn't make a mistake. You just said non-rotating rather than non-inertial at one stage. But other than that, you did perfectly right. But that's not what I'm going to address, because you're like, it's annoying me. You actually said pisses me off, but that people just don't get that. It's the single most convoluted and therefore complicated subject in this arena, bar none.
Why is this happening? Why cannot people take this? I think it's very, very easy to understand. Really, it is.
Okay, let me answer. On screen now, got Simon Dan leaning out of a helicopter on a rope ladder with the word ruined coming out of his mouth for my audience. Okay. Why? Well, because when we explain the lack of Coriolis effect on a claim to be turning Earth, they tell us that our reference frames that we have just described that they use to claim Earth spins are ruined. So upon me pointing out how Coriolis works in a live stream or a recorded video, Simon Dan has entered into a debate with me to tell me that my reference frames have been ruined, with an example showing no drift. Now that means that he has then convoluted the actual globe claim, that's that there's a drift at 15 degrees an hour as you turn underneath stuff, that's what Coriolis is, as admirably described by Johnny. But when we show it doesn't happen, they try and overcome the argument by ascribing their globe Earth reference frames that aren't exhibiting the effect to me, the flat earther, to tell me that they're broken. That's what Simon did when he entered into debate with me via Twitter. Now, as a result of him being annihilated, and having the fact that his claim involves reference frames pointed out to him, means he just has to lie about having ever debated with people and give his excuses for why he doesn't debate when he does. He just has to lie to overcome that problem that he's caused himself by entering proactively into debate with me on Twitter over Coriolis effect, to tell me that my, no globe Earths, Dan, reference frames are ruined, end quote, Simon Dan. So that's why it's very convoluted.
It's absolutely, and the question is, if something is hovering and you have a helicopter hovering, and the Earth is rotating, and you're landing the helicopter on the spot after several hours or maybe day or whatsoever, it will always land on the same spot if it's just hovering. But how is that possible if you have a rotating Earth on then they say the atmosphere, that's the oxymoron, of course, is letting you flow in with the Earth.
There it is.
How can you explain that?
Well, there it is, because they're then saying there's not a second reference frame to see the drift from. If Earth and atmosphere move together, then there is no drift to account for. So their claim can be exemplified by a sniper rifle example that you're all familiar with if you're listening or watching or you're in the Discord server on my panel. They say that the sniper has to track the target because the bullet, once it leaves the barrel, will be affected by the fact that Earth will turn beneath it, giving you a apparent curved path of the bullet. In reality, the bullet's actually travelling straight, but Earth is moving from beneath it. That's Coriolis effect in essence, that's the claim. You observe a not actual deflection, that's to say the bullet isn't really curving away from the target, but it appears to if you watch it and track it. Because, why? What's the cause of that effect, called Coriolis? Well, the rotating reference frame that is Earth moving underneath it. Okay, well, how much is the rate of the bullets appearing to drift and curve when it isn't really, it's just Earth turning underneath? Well, the rate's 15 degrees an hour. That proves we spin, they say. Okay, so Earth turns underneath the bullet, and we observe it as a not actual curved path of the bullet. Looks like it curves, but doesn't really, because Earth turns underneath the bullet when it leaves the gun. So when the hot air balloon or helicopter leaves the ground, Earth turns underneath the helicopter at 15 degrees an hour. No, it doesn't. It's total nonsense. But when we point out that Earth isn't turning underneath the helicopter or the hot air balloon, Simandan in this instance will turn around to me and tell me that my reference frames are ruined because Earth and atmosphere move together as one.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry to the people of the politics server that Johnny rumpused every word of that. Wasn't a problem for my audience.
But then the Coriolis...
Yeah, relax, Johnny.
The Coriolis is just a man from France that was a very, very great man and was describing how something that is, if you're on a non-inertia reference frame, and you have the inertia also above you. What is this about? It was talking about the different reference frame. You will have a drift. That is the drift you're talking about, and it looks like it is going in a bend way, but it's really going straight in reality. It's
Hey,
just
hey, Johnny, I got
Yeah.
a little poem on that if you want to listen to it.
Go ahead.
Called, basically what you're saying, it's called Misunderstood. I'm feeling misunderstood, and that's not good. People just don't get me. They never see the real me. They say I'm drifting and falling off track, but I don't see myself like that. My aim is to stay on the straight and narrow, forward thinking, never deviating. But in your mind and from your point of view, you think I'm actually drifting, and that's not true. It can be a lonely place in my reference frame of mind. People on the earth can be so unkind, observing and watching me as if they were blind. My name is Coriolis, and I'm misunderstood. People just don't get me, and that's not good.
That was brilliant.
Thanks,
Absolutely brilliant. I'm so, wow. I just have to say, wow, it was absolutely brilliant.
Okay, Johnny, please can you mute when other people are talking?
Yeah, but
you ruined it, Johnny.
No, I didn't. It was absolutely great, and everybody got it.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
don't
they
hear
got
your
you.
own mic interfering with everyone else's sound, but there we go. Anyway. How long we been live for? We've been live for almost an hour. Cool. Is there anybody else with a globe Earth belief that wanted to challenge anything we generally put out into the arena of flat Earth debate and discussion while we're still live?
What happened to the guy with the pictures? I thought he was going to come back.
I don't know.
The trouble with the pictures and the videos, Neil, as you know, is they have no way of verifying that they're true.
Well, he started getting upset before Nathan even started critiquing the proof.
That was a little test.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead.
All right. So when people go skydiving, they tend to observe the curvature of the Earth, like the natural curvature. Are they lying?
Say that one more time.
So when people go skydiving, like if you have you heard of halo jumps? High altitude, low orbit.
We did cover orbits at the beginning of the show, but
yeah, but like when people go skydiving, essentially, and they see the curvature of the Earth, are they lying or delusional?
You say see the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, like there was a really famous one. It wasn't.
I don't need an example, my
Skydive.
friends. Just slow down. Is your example to say that in the images from skydivers we can see Earth curve horizons? Correct? Is that your claim? Okay. So I assume you are unfamiliar with our debunking of the claim that the horizon's Earth curve back in 2020. I'll go through it in just 1 second. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. Ladies and gentlemen, level plane. Thank you for the super chat, Roger. Okay. The assertion that the image has an Earth curve edge for a horizon is derived from geometric Earth curve mathematics that are based on measuring a flat Earth to derive and infer that the horizon is a point you can call Earth curve. Labeled
Well, this doesn't answer my question, actually.
My bad. Sorry, very triggering. You go ahead.
No, I was specifically asking, are they lying or delusional?
You're giving a false dichotomy when I'm explaining that the premise you hold when you look at the image and claim that the horizon is an Earth curve edge was debunked in 2020.
How so?
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to that geometric horizon you're inferring in the image could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by the Earth curve maths that is derived from measuring a flat Earth surface level and deriving the differential from the eye level at altitude to infer that there's a Earth curve edge below surface level marked with an X and labelled horizon in the Earth curve maths. I didn't get to the end of my explanation before you interrupted. I had to close my Discord line for my audience so they could hear the end of my explanation. My live audience would prefer to hear the end of my explanation rather than you yammering through the top of the end of it. Would you like me to repeat it? My audience got to hear it because I had to close your line so that you didn't interrupt the end of the conclusion. Can you not do that in future? I'm explaining why we don't have an Earth curve edge for you to infer, because it's inferred from maths that's derived from flat Earth measurements of surface level. That's the third time I've told you.
Yeah, are you done? Are you done?
Did you listen to what I said? Am I done? Did you understand what... Not am I done. Did you understand what I was explaining when I finished and you didn't say a damn word? Did you understand what I said? Yes, I'm done. Did you understand it?
Yeah, I got an idea, yeah. Okay, anyway. So how do you know it's derived from like a flat Earth model?
Did you not listen to me? Now we're just assessing how well you're... I'm talking. I'm answering you. You don't have to talk to me. I just asked you politely not to yammer through the top of me. Obviously, you did not listen when I explained that it came from your Earth curve maths. That's where the assertion came from. I've already explained it. You weren't listening. Would you like
Are you done?
Would you like to ask any Would you like to ask any follow-up questions about that which you didn't listen to and now obviously seem to need to clarify, or would you prefer to just respond to some of the things I've actually said rather than repeatedly asking me if I'm done? Yeah, I'm done annihilating your claim that the wait for the interruption horizon in the image is an Earth curve edge based on Earth curve maths that says we've got an Earth curve at the horizon when you derive that Earth curve from a measurement of a surface level that's flat. Fourth time. Do you understand? Would you like to refute that which debunks your claim you've got an Earth curve edge in the image? Because I've debunked it, mate, 4 times. You just haven't responded to any of it. And then sought clarity on that which I've explained in terms of the origin of the maths. Earth curve maths, mate. That answers your first question. Anything to follow up, or you just going to ask me if I'm done? Yeah, I'm done. Annihilating Earth curve.
All right, I've already asked like 2 times now, but are you done for like the 3rd time?
He's got nothing.
Yeah, he's done. He's the one who's done.
You're done, mate. I'm done demolishing your claim that there's a sphere edge horizon called Earth curve in your image from skydivers with their low altitude, high opening jumps with pictures of edges in horizons you infer are Earth curve based on mathematics that have very specifically detailed their origins. And how that maths works to infer you've got a horizon that's Earth curve is by measuring a flat Earth. Surface level in Earth curve maths. Hope you understand. Obviously not.
He also...
Go ahead, John.
Nathan, can we put you on BBC? Are you, if you can put you on BBC, are you? Do you agree?
Johnny, we can't even understand you. Just think about the sentence you want to say before you talk through John, and then we'll come back to
I'm just saying, are you able to go to the big stream media and talk about it?
Am I able to go through the big stream media? I don't know if I can. I'm sorry.
BBC, for example.
Give it a rest.
Just a quick, I mean, this guy, just to sum things up, this guy's coming in saying, someone jump and have a parachute is observing the horizon Earth curve. Yeah, this is what they're all doing now. I mean, there's another guy in AT who claims that Concorde proves globe Earth. Would you like to speak about that, AT, with Nathan?
Oh,
Don't be
I was
mean.
just
Don't be mean to Johnny. He idolizes you, Nathan Oakley. Don't be mean to him.
Oh, here we go.
Please,
Obnoxious.
hey, you're like a dog behind.
Oh,
I understand that.
Right, let's just
I
ask
love it.
politely, Johnny and Rob Noxious. Right, we all acknowledge your presence. Praise be to both of you. Please don't disturb the actual conversation that's about to take place. Please.
So,
right.
yeah,
So I was
given
asked the
the
question. Oh, never mind.
No, you go ahead. If you want to round out, you feel free.
Yeah, I feel like I accidentally interrupted some other guy, so I'll wait for him to finish and then I'll, clap flat Earth.
You're
right,
what?
liar or delusional is a false dichotomy. They're wrong. They're not liars, and they may not be delusional. They're just wrong when they say they see Earth curve. I'm done.
I mean, how would they verify that to be true?
You go to the mathematics of the geometric physical assertion of an Earth curve edge at the horizon, based in the mathematics of a sphere edge, based on a radial value measured on a flat plane at 39.59 and an observer height at 1.2 times the square root thereof. Like I explained to him 4 times. That's where the assertion
But
comes
that's the
from.
problem. They don't even know their own claims, Nathan.
Yeah, that's where I was too. I did a lot of skydiving, and when I was still a globe head, I walked into flat Earth space and said, "You can go skydiving. You will see the curve." And they're like, "Well, how much curve do you see?" I'm like 3%. Like, well, were your goggles? Did that maybe make it curve? I'm like, yeah, kind of. Did you have a lot of adrenaline pumping? Did you get tunnel vision? Yeah. How big would your Earth be if that was a 3% curve? That'd be like Earth, the county you live in would be like, a huge part of the Earth. I'm like, damn. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but
See, these
Yeah, but
globalists
that's
don't go
all
any
irrelevant.
further.
No,
They don't go any
it's not
further.
relevant. Hold on. Before Neil decries your example, right, I'm going to agree with you to disagree with you so that you don't think we're just decrying your example. It's perfectly relevant, Neil, because they double speak heliocentrists in their own religious rhetoric. Let me explain. They'll tell you in Earth curve maths that you can see Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what? 3 miles for a 6-foot man? So you can see it from surface level. The maths dictates that is the case. They will simultaneously tell you, let's give you a specific example. Neil deGrasse Tyson will specifically tell you, while slapping a beach ball and telling you, you do not see the curve of the Earth from 1 millimeter above this beach ball. Slap, slap, slap. That stuff is flat. He's explaining to his audience with doublethink that you wouldn't expect to see the curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's 3 miles for a 6-foot man. 15,000 feet or whatever he's claiming the ISS is. So they're double speaking their way around. You're not expected to see the curve at altitude.
Can we go to after show now?
Meanwhile, Black Swan, we debunked Earth curve as being a horizon in 2020. People are still appealing to it. It's fine by me. It's just their basis of their belief, and I'm now intrigued as why they would use that as a standard when they don't know anything about it. Most people's standards are reasonably high when they're going to be convinced of something. The fact that they've been indoctrinated into just believing it means their standards drop. And all I did today with the guy in the pre-show was, I thought about it, I'm like, normally I'll get to objections before I even challenge what they're believing in, just by repeating back that which someone claims to me in the pre-show. The guy got triggered and started interrupting, doing all the normal fundy things. All I did, and I kid you not, was try very tentatively and carefully and calmly to paraphrase back his argument to him so that I could have clarity about the words he just said. No challenge, nothing. And that was enough to trigger him. He was unbelievable. I'm like, yeah, because when you just literally repeat people's words back to them with their own crappy standards of globe belief, they're horrified to just hear their own standards repeated back to them. It's insane. Because it's a crappy standard and they don't want to hear it back to them. They want to tell you, so you nod and agree and affirm their bias, but just by repeating back their own low standards to them, it's enough to trigger them. It's nuts.
That's kind of the point I was making when I went into flatter spaces. I said you can see the curve if you skydive, and the only thing I would hear is like excuses for why they're not going to skydive. Then I started listening. I'm like, oh, you're right. I should see the curve. If the Earth is what they say it is, there's no way my 5-mile field of view would cover 3% of the Earth. That's just too much. That's too much curvature over too short of a distance.
Well, based off the radius of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height, regardless.
Yeah, not even close. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't thinking clearly when I went into the flatter space that it was tunnel vision because your adrenaline's pumping. It was the goggles you're wearing.
Okay, so what's the reality? How have they done this? What's this magic trick? X, Y versus what's the other axis that you'd look at, John, into the distance? In Earth curve maths, you've got an advanced section in the Earth curve mathematics that will describe the left to right curvature across your peripheral view, which is minuscule. As you raise in altitude, you wouldn't be expected to see it at any elevation. Simultaneously, when deriving an inference that we even have Earth curve to begin with, you're not deriving it on the left to right axis. You're deriving it as a point of tangency below surface level that's measured flat. And how are you acquiring that? Well, by deriving the difference between the surface level and your eye level running parallel with it when you raise up in altitude. The difference between that is essentially an angular resolution loss calculation that would infer that if you put it as a point of tangency on a ball derived from polar or Polaris measurements to give you a radial value at 3959, you can then say we've got an Earth curve horizon below surface level, marked with an X labelled horizon. But that's the only point that you actually have Earth curve in existence. That is to say, that Earth curve at the point of tangency below surface level measured flat only exists in the maths. Beyond that, there is no Earth curve. When you claim it's the horizon's horizontal. What do you mean, curving horizon? It's just absurd. But they've got to turn Earth curve into something, and it's a point of tangency in orthographic maths when measuring the difference between eye level and surface level on a flat plane. That's how it works.
Hey Nathan, I was kind of intrigued by what you said, right? You said that this can only be observed in mathematics and it doesn't really play out in real life. Something according to that, right? I don't want to straw man, so that is a straw man corrected, but I hope that was a fair assertion and a steel man, right? But then I look at these photos of photographs here that I posted in chat. And yeah, we have both some like on Earth. You talked about observer height, and yes, you could both be a tall guy or a short guy or a woman, but you could also elevate yourself, right? But when we go at sea level and we take a photo like this, and I pinged you, so you should be able to see it, but I can resend it if you can't.
I don't know if someone hold on, just for that admin's sake, I'll keep it brief. If there are one of my mods that can stick it in my local chat for my audience in Master B, I can present this guy's stuff. But keep talking as though I am just looking at it, and hopefully one of the mods will work behind the scenes. Go ahead.
Great. There are 3.
2 minutes. 2 minutes past the hour, guys.
Isn't it 12 minutes past?
Okay, my mods know they're all well oiled, so hopefully we'll stick it in my local chat so I can present it. But carry on as you were. Tell me all about it.
Right. Yeah, and again, like this isn't a debate. It's hopefully just scientific inquiry and arriving at higher knowledge, right? But from what I gather when I look at these, assuming they're real, is that you can absolutely observe curvature, that you can absolutely observe an optical horizon, right? And although not geometric, and although a horizon can mean semantically different things, and colloquially maybe sometimes it's used to describe a phenomenon on Earth, and then sometimes it's a descriptor in math, just like a surface in math would also map out that there would follow that there would be an edge on a flat Earth, right? But since flat is just a descriptor of the surface, but not the shape, and you sort of can like differentiate the two in real life, not in math. Just like that, I think it's fair to say that horizon also have different meanings, right? And so when I see these photos, I see curvature in these. It's a power grid, and it's sea level, so that's why it's so nice. I see them curving, man, and I see them going over the horizon, and they become less and less visible. And you would expect them to go linear, but they really don't appear to be, right? And maybe not just appearing, maybe they just really aren't like that, right? So maybe you could explain to me with the knowledge that you have that I don't, why this phenomenon occurs, why it could be observed, and if you're going to argue refraction or optical illusion, please provide substance for that. And then after that, perhaps you could dive into how you would debunk space photos. And if
Well,
you're
that's a
going to
lot to take
invoke
in. Just one thing at a time. There's already like 3 or 4
Okay.
things on the table. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay if you can handle one
Okay,
at a time.
you appreciate first and foremost that this is what's known as a burden of proof reversal fallacy. As
Nope.
I understand it from your positioning, would be of the opinion that we are on a spherical surface, and you're now utilizing the horizon to claim that it is a Earth curve edge, and asking me to explain why boats do something at the horizon. I haven't
Did
got
I
a
mention
claim.
boats, or did I make a claim like
I was
that?
only
I don't think
I was
I
only
did.
about 10 seconds into me responding to quite a lot of
And you
information that you
already
laid on my
fucked up.
table. You're still talking,
Yeah.
it seems. Did you have more to add? Because obviously the middle of my sentence interrupted the start of yours. You go ahead. You go ahead. Did you just like yammering through the top of me taking apart your fundamentalist religious belief I've already taken apart based on the fact the horizon's not Earth curve? I'll just summarise it in one sentence. The horizon's not Earth curve. And I, as a flat earther, make no claims about what the horizon will or won't or should or shouldn't do. Globe believers do. They say it's Earth curve. It's not. That's the end of this discussion. I don't have to explain anything beyond the burden of proof reversal that you've employed to get me to explain why the horizon doesn't make... Did I make a claim about it? Did I claim that it proves a flat Earth? I can, if you want. I can make a claim about the horizon proving a flat Earth. You have boats going over an Earth curve edge we debunked in 2020, though. That Earth curve only exists in the maths. The maths utilises measurements of surface level to infer there's a point below surface level called Earth curve, marked with an X labelled horizon in Earth curve maths, that uses a flat surface level to infer what you think is representative, an image of the horizon. The horizon isn't Earth curve. I hope that answers your questions. Shout
Yeah, I
out
was
to...
muted this whole time, so I was kind of confused as to why that was. Because
Why is the horizon not Earth curve?
Well, I didn't imply that, nor did I state that. So what you said, that it was a burden of proof reversal fallacy, just doesn't hold because I didn't imply that, nor did I state it. All I said is we observed this phenomena here, and I even highlighted how you can use horizon as a different sort of colloquial term, and how they're different and both applicable here. If you would like me to, I could say, well, the end of the water line as we see, or where the power grid appears to be bending, anything that really would describe the same phenomena, and then you would have to tackle that, right? Because I'm not making a claim that there is a spherical Earth, nor am I presupposing that it is. I'm just asking through inquiry and through conversation, looking at reality together. Can we
Pictures.
explain that? Can we explain this on a flat Earth?
So quick
And I was
shout out
waiting for
to...
you to
Quick
hopefully
shout out
engage with
to...
that, and I don't know,
Okay, I've got
you
your
broke
question.
down with meta.
Thanks. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. It says, perspective, please, for 100. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Yeah. There is a claim that utilises the horizon. It's just not mine. Hence me labelling it as a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You've now said, well, you personally aren't making a claim. That's fascinating. You are but one man, and there is a Western world religion that asserts that we have, based on maths that's set in stone, a physical geometric sphere edge below surface level, labelled horizon, marked with an X in Earth curve maths. That's where the inference that the horizon in imagery would be asserted to be Earth curve. To then ask me to explain why that would be the case when I'm not making a claim about it is a textbook burden of burden. I don't have a burden to satisfy here. I'm not making a claim about it. I asked, wasn't rhetorical, if you'd like me to make a claim as a flat earther utilising the horizon, I can do that. I'm just not going to justify the globe's claim that we've got a marked with an X labelled horizon below surface level that's measured as flat in the maths for you or anybody else to insert an idea that a horizon, defined as being horizontal, would somehow be curving and therefore proving, by way of an assertion that boats go over a horizon that's defined in this maths as a X below surface level, to claim that you've got geometry for the blocking of the boats with the physical geometric sphere edge you say is the horizon. It isn't. It's not my burden. I'll ask again, now that I've debunked Earth curve horizons, Would you like me to make a positive claim, as opposed to satisfying your burden of proof reversal, for the horizon to prove a flat Earth? Because I can make a positive claim about it, if you'd like me to. Like you made a claim that the horizon in your images would be curving and proving it, and boats and stuff. That's positive claims from you, even though you denied them as being your claims. Yeah, they're the Western World Globe claims. We all know what they are. Doesn't matter what you think or what you're claiming.
Right. I mean, it's kind of a long answer, just saying that you don't
Yeah,
support that
I know.
position and therefore you don't
It
want to
was a lot to
defend it.
take
But
in.
that's great. Well, it really wasn't. It was just like word salad. But thank you. It's always good to
Now,
have
can you mute
word
this
salad here
asshole?
and there.
Asshole, not word
Now,
salad. No. When I describe physical geometry of your Earth curve fundamentalist religious zealot belief, because you're a moron, a retard, somebody who has a sphere belief, a religion. So to tell me I'm using word salad will get me aggressively attacking you as a retard. You simply didn't understand my exemplary understanding of your own mathematics, that you would infer the horizon in your image is a curved horizon. Oxymoronic. But nevertheless, you think that proves Earth curve. I know where your religious belief as a zealot came from. And what you've got to tell me in response to that is that it's word salad, meaning that you must be fundamentally mentally retarded because you couldn't comprehend any of the words that came out and could only hear blah, 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 like a retard. That's what you thought was word salad. No, any reasonably cognizant person could have processed what I said and understand the physical derivation of a sphere edge horizon below surface level when measuring the derivation of eye level to surface level. A very accurate and concise rendition of your Earth curve maths that gave you the inference that the horizon in imagery was Earth curve. It is not. Okay, not word salad. I've repeated it so that you, the Dumbo, didn't understand a word of it and thought it was word salad. No, it was a demolishment of your Earth curve zealotry. You understand the second time it came your way? Or are you just going to tell me word salad again, asshole?
Well, and just for the audience, it's definitely not word salad. It was definitely a coherent explanation that you gave, Nathan. It wasn't disorganized, wasn't incoherent or unintelligible or nonsensical at all. This is just an excuse these guys like to use when they're cornered.
It's not an excuse. It's just, what should I say?
No, it's a truism. Take people at their words. Word salad. Jumbled up mix of words. Okay, I summarise that as what he heard was blah, 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 Earth curve. Blah, 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 geometry. Blah, 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 therefore not a sphere. And he's gone, word salad to me. Just a mixed up jumble of words that I didn't understand. Yeah, take him at his face value. What he said was word salad. That's what he heard. Too thick to understand.
And he also used word salad because he was describing a thing we see as a phenomenon. It's not
And
something
reality.
happening. He's saying that an object is a phenomenon in his mind. That's word salad.
So you're saying projection?
Good catch. I didn't catch that.
Fine, projection. I'll take that as an answer. I don't care. We debunked Earth curve being the horizon in 2020. The fact that people have never heard it before because we're in a server that we're not normally in, it's no surprise to me. Being told that it's word salad when it's incomprehensible to someone with a low IQ. Yeah, no worries, mate. You say word salad, I'll take you at face value. You didn't understand me. Yeah, I know. Too complicated, long words and that. Yeah. You'll listen back on the live show, maybe after a few listens. You'll appreciate and understand what I actually explained to you when I debunked your assertion that the horizon's Earth curve. We measure your mathematical inference with a flat surface level. Earth's measured flat for you to have that fundy belief that the horizon in your images is Earth curve or blocking boats and buildings. You'll need to measure a flat Earth to make that inference. That's where your maths has its genesis. I know this is quite a lot of long words for you to take in. Feel free to tell me it's word salad, son.
Oh, I understand, Nathan. For those who understand what you said, it's intelligible. For those who don't, it's word salad.
Exactly. There you go.
But that doesn't matter, Nathan, for these guys. I mean, AT's seen the Earth curve also out of Concorde, or he's seen a video of it. So that's as much proof as he needs.
Yeah.
Isn't it, AT?
Low standards.
I mean, I'm willing to engage in conversation if I'm not muted all the time, right? I think it's okay if you have something you're not satisfied with, that you give your rebuttal. Thank you, Nathan, for your rebuttal.
Oh, that's okay.
But I think wait, I wasn't done, so you don't have to interject, right? That's
I
not
said
polite.
thank you. I just said you're welcome.
But I appreciate that I can now talk, right? And so it's clear to me that you don't take a position in this case about the horizon. I wasn't aware. I don't know who you are, and I joined late.
I didn't
so
say
that's
that.
on me.
I asked
But
you, I invited you if you'd like me to give you a standard of evidence that I'd use as a flat earther. You took that to
I am
mean,
aware.
excuse me, I'm just
I
going to
don't know why
correct
you're
you, you were
cutting me off.
wrong. You said you don't take a position on the horizon. You were incorrect, you didn't listen again, demonstrating mental incapacity. When I specifically asked you twice if you'd like me to lay down a standard using the horizon, explicitly asking you if you want my evidence, you took that to mean I don't use the horizon as a standard. Wow, you really are fundamentally retarded. Can't listen. Don't understand the words I'm using. You just hear them as word salad. No, I do, mate. I've got a standard. Do you want to hear it? Third time's a charm. Or do you just want to tell me I don't use it? Like a complete bonehead retard that doesn't listen and can't comprehend. Simple English. Yeah, I've got a standard that uses the horizon, Dumbo. Maybe listen next time. What, is it your turn to talk? You go ahead, son. You've got a lot to say and a lot to listen to, right? Come on, son. Tell me I don't use the horizon again. You're doing really well, by the way.
So I'm glad, right? You're demonstrating you can't wait and hear me out, because that's not what I said.
I did hear you out. You told me I don't have a standard that uses the horizon, fundamentally defying that which I'd already laid down twice to you, making you an idiot. I'm going to disagree if you say something that's wrong.
All right. So if you're going to make a claim that it's wrong, you should be able to substantiate it, right?
Oh, would you like me to do so? I can do that right now. Would you like me to substantiate it? No worries. I'll do that right now if you'd like.
Through my sentence.
I only asked 4 times.
Wait.
I could substantiate it. I will. I'll do it right now. You got it wrong. You thought I didn't have a standard. I corrected you, and now I'd like to substantiate that. Obviously not allowed. This isn't a two-way conversation. It's just him. He just needs to yabber constantly with nonsense that's not right about what I haven't said through the top of me trying to correct him. Yeah, I can substantiate it, mate. A proof of a flat Earth using the horizon. I already did it. It's in the Earth curve maths, surface level. Yeah, but I can do more. Feel free to tell me again I don't use the horizon as a standard. I do. I use it in your own Earth curve maths, mate. You may respond.
Yeah, now I can as well, right? That was muted again. But yeah, so I posted a lot of images. You said the mods got them over. I don't know how many people you are, but I hope you have them over now. There was a space photo in there, right? So I'm kind of curious. I guess like this time I'll do better. I'll ask right off the bat. Do you have a position on space that you would like to share? And do you have a stance on, you could say Earth from space and the photo and the validity of these that you would also like to share off the bat? Just so you're not confused this time.
Okie dokie. So are we done then? It would seem from your response and moving on to a different question that you're not going to acknowledge in any way the fact that the horizon's not Earth curve, or that I have got a standard of evidence in terms of the horizon in Earth curve mathematics, where surface level is a flat Earth proof. Someone's breathing down their microphone while I point out the flat Earth evidence. Can whoever's breathing down their mic not do that as I point out that Earth is measured flat in the Earth curve maths? That's had no response. No? Just want to move on to space? Is it so painful to listen to my rebuttals and actually address them when I describe how Earth is measured flat for you to infer we've got a physical geometric sphere edge below surface level that's being measured? That was my rebuttal.
Actually, no. It's very entertaining. I think the substance of it, I greatly appreciate. It's just your manners are completely off, so that's not so entertaining, yeah. But you're emotional and triggered, so it's...
When people lie about things I haven't
it's
said, I
not-
get very annoyed very quickly. As in, when people tell me I don't use the horizon as a standard, when I do, and I've invited them to hear it twice and they haven't responded to it. And then when I've laid down how I do use the horizon in contradiction to their incorrect assertion that I'm apparently emotional about, just correcting someone bullshitting about things I don't say, that'll be you. Yeah, people like you piss me off. And I'm going to tell them when they're wrong and correct them. And then lay down a standard they say I didn't have, only for them to move on to a question about space. I mean, you say I'm rude. Meanwhile, you've ignored the actual discussion based on the standard you questioned me about. I rebutted it. told you why the horizon's not Earth curve, and pointed out how you get to that inference with a measurement of a surface level in the maths for your inference of a globe. The belief you hold is based on a flat Earth measurement. I'd like a response to that before we move on, rather than being told how rude I am. Pretty please with sugar on top. Can you respond to the fact we need surface level to be flat in Earth curve maths to infer, for you to infer, for your fundy belief in a sphere, that we've got an Earth curve horizon debunked in 2020? Can you respond to that, please, before we move on?
Yeah, I absolutely disagree. That's my
Fantastic
response.
rebuttal.
It's not a rebuttal. You asked if I
I
had
know
a
it
response,
isn't.
not a rebuttal.
I'm
right?
well aware that that's not a rebuttal. Your Earth curve maths
Great.
comes. I can make a
But then you
conclusion.
should
Given
be
you
satisfied,
haven't
right? We should be able to
given you
move
haven't
on.
refuted it, I will make a conclusion.
You didn't ask for a refutation, so
Do you feel free
maybe
to
you want to be
refute
more.
the fact?
Maybe
Feel
you want to
free.
be more specific and correct in your language, right? That would help.
But you need me to be more hyper-specific. You need me to be more hyper-specific about what I'm
No, just
debunking.
generally specific, or like the very
Sorry, being
minimum
rude. I
amount.
was in the middle of that sentence. Was that me in the middle of my sentence interrupting the start of yours? I'm sorry. You seem very rude. Perhaps you're
was.
projecting your rudeness like now when you're interrupting again. Don't be rude. You charge me with that, by the way. You could just say sorry and we can move on.
Apologize for what?
Interrupting me.
Which is something you do all the time. So no, I won't apologize for that.
I see. You're just projecting your own rudeness onto me. I see. People could do that all the time. Yeah. Meanwhile,
No, it's clear
meanwhile, we're not
observation
going
from
to
the whole
address the standard of
You did
an
it
Earth
just
that's
now.
measured flat. You're going to tell me that you're not being asked to refute that. Yeah, I'd like you to refute the fact that for you to infer there's a horizon below surface level, we need to measure surface level, flat. Feel free to refute that in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I'll conclude with telling my audience that Earth is being measured flat for you to conclude that we've got a sphere edge below surface level called Earth curve. I'll make that conclusion when you don't refute it again for a second time. Disagreeing isn't a rebuttal, as you've already pointed out, just in case you rinse and repeat that reply. Go ahead.
All right, so now you're asking if I have a refutation. I do have that. And also, absolutely, this is a burden of proof reversal fallacy, because what you're doing now is you're trying to make me substantiate how curvature is measured flat, which is not my original claim, that's yours. I didn't infer that when I talked about the horizon. I laid out very clearly how it wasn't inferred and how this was an observation I would want to inquire information about with you. Obviously, you couldn't do that. And when I said you didn't have a position on it, it's because when I asked you to, you say, well, I don't take a position on it. I can if you want me to. I never asked you to do it afterwards, so that's where you maybe kind of is confused, and that's okay. I laid out
Can
for you
you
now where your
refute it,
confusion was.
please?
Yeah, when you get to the
And the
rebuttal, my
reason why I
God,
wanted
Do you want to
to
get
move
to the
on is
rebuttal?
because
People are chanting through you because you're not really rebutting anything.
now it's because they can't control themselves. You're a bit better than they are, but you're not really good at it as well.
It's a personal attack. So about the surface level in the Earth curve maths, in terms of me substantiating it, just go and look at Earth curve maths. Where it says surface level, it's level. Where it says eye level, it's level. It's parallel with it because that's how the maths functions. You only have to look at it for me to substantiate the fact that Earth is being measured flat in Earth curve maths. And below the surface level, very specifically level and labelled as surface level, and below the eye level that runs parallel with it, level being level, not curved, you've got an inference of a geometric horizon marked with an X and labelled horizon. It's about the sixth time I've told you. You just have to look at Earth curve maths to substantiate my fact of measuring Earth flat at the surface level in the maths. Those are facts. Earth is measured flat. You need it to be measured flat for you to believe in Earth curve below the flat Earth we measure. Those are facts.
Maybe you should be more precise, because when you say that Earth is measured flat, that's a point. That's not a duration or a stretch, right? So when we're very
Right.
specifically
Was that a
talking about
question or was that
stretch,
rhetorical? When you said right with an upward inflection, am I going to be accused of being rude when I say no? A point? Definitely not. Surface level is a level. It's a line. You don't get lines from points. That's one point meeting another point to make it a level line. Surface level, as in the surface being level. That's lots of it. It's not a single point. That was nonsense.
That's their little trick, the point.
So surface level is level.
right? I don't know.
I'll
I'm
just
getting
conclude.
continuously muted. Can we have a conversation?
Well, I could just conclude. We've still got surface level. It's not a point. That was your last rebuttal. Surface level is level, and it needs to be so to measure and infer. You've got a Earth curve edge below the surface level, as labelled in the maths. I don't need to substantiate it. It's a fact you haven't refuted.
get to the
And
point.
you're going to keep getting muted unless you refute the point.
I
If you're
do
going to
have a
continue with ad
verification.
homs, we want to keep control of the show, yeah? So just answer the questions and you won't have to worry about
Okay, I was rudely muted once again.
it. Answer the question. If you can't control
Who's
yourself,
this
we're going
guy
to have to
muting?
control you, yeah? So just answer the questions. It's very simple. If you don't have a rebuttal, we don't have a rebuttal and we move on.
Yeah, with my conclusion about how Earth is being measured flat, because it is.
Okay, positive claim from this guy. We measure Earth as flat. It's in globe maths. Can you provide those mathematics with sufficient proof? I would like to hear that. Let's engage with it. That's your claim, right?
Yeah.
No, it's
To
not
the
in
fifth
globe
step.
maths. Globe maths come from those flat plane measurements. You don't
Correct.
understand.
No,
You're trying
wait,
to
are you
switch it
this
around.
guy? I don't know.
Brian's just
Maybe
reiterating
your
that.
voice.
Yeah, Brian's reiterating the same thing I've said 6 times. Yeah. If you want it substantiating, feel free to check for yourself. I would hope you would know this. It's your claim that Earth has a sphere edge horizon marked with an X in Earth curve maths. That's where the claim comes from. I would hope you as the claimant would know that. You don't, we do. Now, if you're saying, well, can you substantiate surface level in Earth curve maths? I don't need to. If you don't know it's there, okay, it's your claim, it's your Earth curve maths. Why are you asking me to go through how your Earth curve maths works? It's yours, you should know. But what, I've got to substantiate how your Earth curve maths works? Nah, son. Just educate yourself. Go and have a look for yourself. Where it says surface level, you'll notice it's a flat line, not a point. That was my original rebuttal to you seeming to understand my argument and rebutting it with a point. But now you don't accept that which is true and factual and anyone can double check, and I'm not going to substantiate. It's a fact of Earth curve maths. It's a necessity for the maths to function. It's called surface level in there. Feel free to check it out yourself. I'd have hoped, given it's your maths, you'd know. You don't. That's your bad, not mine. Go look at your own bloody maths, is my answer to that. It's yours.
Right, so I didn't make a claim, so again, you're wrong, right? I very, very clearly said at the opening, I'm not making a claim about a globe. I'm not presenting any globe maths as proof, and I'm not taking a side nor a position on this matter. I'm doing
Why are you even talking to us then? So why are you even talking to us? You got nothing to claim. You're just here to chit chat then.
Oh,
Yeah,
so wait.
Nathan, that's
So
exactly my
all you said
sentiment every
right now is
time.
So upon being pummeled, you're not really making a claim. You're not claiming Earth curve and geometry, which is what I've used to debunk it when you pointed out that you could just see curve in images, which was a positive claim you did make, but you now need to deny because the claim comes from an assertion in maths that has a derivation of surface level and eye level. That's how the maths works. But suddenly you're not making a claim like last time, right? It's suddenly about you and the individualistic claims that you make. Now, well, meanwhile, you can bugger off then. Fine, we don't need you anymore if you're not making any claims. We know what the Earth curve claims are, though, without you having to tell us what you understand about them, or let's be clear, don't understand about them. You're asking me to substantiate them. Oh, well, you say there's a surface level in Earth curve maths. Yeah, there is. You just don't know that, even though it's your bloody claim when you talk about the horizon in images. You just don't know the origin of your own bloody claim and think I've got to substantiate it. And then tell me I'm flipping the burden and that you haven't made claims about Earth curve. Yeah, you have. It's just having imperative back to them is offensive to you. It's embarrassing to you. Shout out to Roger Ledwell and then whoever from G+. Meanwhile, at the most you have done is debunk the radius of the globe, says Roger Ledwell. Yeah, reference to Mr. Sensible. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, did this man not, at least, I was only listening to the past few minutes, I was busy before that. Did this man not say at least twice that you were incorrect about something and then didn't follow up with anything? That would be a claim. Claiming that someone is incorrect would be a claim. So you can't say he's not claiming it because he claimed you were incorrect. And then he didn't produce the claimed correct answer or thing. So sorry, he is making claims, but he's just not willing to back them up.
Yeah, he's saying the surface level's curved as demonstrated in the image. That's his claim. If I want to summarize, I mean, I can concisely summarize his claim because I listen.
Well, do you remember earlier, Nathan, when I spoke about how I can turn my sitting room floor into a dome by pretending that the measurements I'm taking, I'm not taking them from that surface, but from a flat surface underneath it, and that the light above that surface is very big and very far away, and then gaining parallel light waves from that light, and I can turn my sitting room floor into basically a hemisphere just by not pre-assuming and not taking the measurements to the light on the ceiling from that surface.
Yeah, turning the protractor into the
But I still have
globe.
to use a flat plane, don't I, for those measurements?
That's how they all work. All of these measurements start with a flat plane. Yes, Brian,
They
I do.
do, because the measurements of a flat plane is what was hijacked to turn to make the globe mass.
So the thing is as well, guys, once you've measured something in physical reality and you know it's measured flat, why would you then just sort of deny that and say, well, let's go to space and look at it from space? We've just measured it and proved it's flat. That's that.
Yeah, you see, honest people like John refracted curvature, when he came to the conclusion there were no measurements, he became a flat earther. Other people have a zealotry, a religion, atheism, and heliocentrism.
Well, what they need to be able to do is measure their globe surface via angles to Polaris. But that means that they need a geometric globe's edge, what they would call an horizon, to take an angle between that and Polaris. But the horizon is not the geometric edge of a globe, and it is the horizon that we get our correct latitude from. So I really don't know where they're going to go with that.
So basically, the globe is flat, and it was measured like that.
Yeah, John, and then one deck.
The images are in Master B for that individual who wanted evidence that horizontal and surface level are flat planes.
And the globe is flat. It was measured like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and you can have a horizon on a globe. It's an impossibility.
Yeah, thank you. Who dug out these diagrams?
Refracted.
Yeah, surface level derivation from eye level. Height is with respect to surface level, h in this diagram. Yeah. That's how Earth curve maths works. Furthermore, when you're
It's actually shocking to them, Nathan. That's what it is. When they get hit with that reality, it's very shocking to them.
Yeah, well, as time goes by, we're finding more and more of their examples and the routes through to the flat Earth for us to no longer have a necessity to even infer that you need a globe to back engineer into the original measurement. We can just assert the original measurement. Earth's measured flat. Earth's navigated flat, mapped flat, built on flat, obviously and observably flat. And they deal with it the same way we deal with it, because the derivation of their globe comes from those measurements.
And the Greeks all knew that.
Yeah, and it has to be, because how else would you take measurements? You can't off a curved surface. It's got to be flat.
Well, if you look at what happened there, and I didn't hear all of it because I got the last few minutes of it. But what I got was basically someone being very cordial while they're also insulting you and wasting your time. Because nothing was given. There was no real rebuttal to anything given. You're incorrect was said twice at least, and there was no evidence shown as to how you were incorrect, even though you offered it. You offered to present evidence if he was looking for it, and he seemed to just want to argue with that. I don't know. What's the point? What's even the point of him doing that?
He posted a picture, Brian. He posted a picture of some bridge bending at the end and said that was proof of Earth curve.
A bendy bridge.
Yeah.
I was hoping he would ask you, Nathan, so you could explain it. What is your position on the horizon?
Well, QE once did the maths on this, and as a result, call it Planet Orleans. So the guy who's describing being a globe head, and when he was a skydiver, describing the minimal amount of curve that you would be capable of observing. Well, if this image of the causeway was true in terms of the geometry it would infer, then you've got a planet the size of New Orleans. It's absurd.
Yeah, 500 miles in circumference.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, 50 miles. 50 miles in circumference. 50 miles.
50. Wow.
Was it the Soundly picture he produced? I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So,
yeah, so that's
well,
what you're
the other
talking
problem
about.
you've got in the image itself is there's no XY curvature, but there's apparently extreme curvature into the distance, and then a completely flat and level horizon. You're like, what? That makes no sense.
Yeah, the massive curvature in the Y, but none in the X.
Exactly.
But no, the biggest problem for that,
The
besides
globe
the
only curves one way.
The tube.
Yeah,
It's a tube. It's a big tube.
cylinder, 50-mile circumference cylinder. But if in the background of that photograph, there is inferior mirage over at the other side of the lake. The inferior mirage requires a physical surface. It requires something physical and tangible. Like it requires there to be water there. So when you're seeing this bridge supposedly curving down into the lake, we're out past where the bridge that's happening, right? That sinking effect is happening, right? All that warping. Off at the other side, there's inferior mirage. You can't have inferior mirage without a tangible surface. So that means what we're looking at the opposite side of the lake, we're actually looking at it. It's not like some refracted anything that is inferior mirage at the opposite side. That means we're literally looking at water at the other side of that lake, 24 miles away.
And just a couple of shout outs. Shout out again, Roger Ledwell, smashing the super chat hard and fast today. Says, and spend more money in the process. Space is a money pit. Thank you very much indeed, Roger, for the super chat. And one more from, let's just scroll my local one so I can actually see it. Always enjoy your show. Thanks. Nathan says, IDFE chick. Oh, thank you very much. Let's give your super chat a little heart. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much for all the super chats.
Hey, Nathan, just so you know the lore here, AT came in earlier this week. I think someone's hot micing. Okay. AT, the guy you just talked to, came in earlier this week with the Soundly photos. And he gave all kinds of stuff. Like he said he rowed a boat out to the lake. And he got on a 10-foot ladder on his rowboat. And it took the photo with his cell phone. It was like seriously fun. Everyone knew he was lying. They're like, dude, we know where this photo is. We've seen it throughout the years, right? Why are you coming up with a bunch of bullshit?
Yeah. That's Neil the other day was talking about people assuming that he's a complete dumbo just because he talks about flat Earth. Therefore, the automatic assumption is this person's not managed to make their way into preschool. They've been isolated from everybody for their entire life right up until this point. Therefore, based on that logic, there's no way this person would have seen something that's widely published on the internet. I will claim this as my own and they won't know, they're too dumb. Was there anyone else who wanted to... We'll keep this live stream going as long as there's a conversation going from people who want to have one.
I'm here. I was sick for like over a week. What's up, Crit and Nathan? Good to see you. So I finally feel like not dead to the world. So there's something out.
Who's this?
Sydney.
Sydney?
Did you have any lasting impressions, Nathan, of our dear friend Geeks?
Who was that? Was that the guy we were just talking with?
A little bit earlier, Crit, not AT, British fellow. I DM'd you about it. Yeah.
No,
Right at the
Geeks is the
beginning of the
one
show.
that says your channel's dying.
Oh right, okay. No, I don't pick up on DMs. I'm really sorry. I've got about 25 programs running to run the show, so just you'll have to tell me verbally. But that means you can tell me verbally as though I've not heard it because I haven't.
Oh.
If
No. He's cool. He's cool most of the time, and I still don't know where he stands. So I've been happy that he's been new to this server for about a month, and me and my dude have both talked to him privately outside, and I still don't know where he stands. But apparently there's curvature, so I just thought it was cool that you guys actually interacted today. That's all.
Oh, okay. I think we've interacted
if
in
apparently
previously.
there's curvature, then you know where he stands.
Yeah. Therefore, all
Yeah.
of his motivations speak to that claim, unsubstantiated
Well,
by
I
him.
think it's a nostalgia thing. That's what I sent Nathan to you in a private message. I know you have a lot of people that probably send you crazy messages, but yeah, no, he like a lot of us, we all have childhood memories of airplane travel and Concorde flights if we're lucky, and so whether that was like the shape of the window of the plane or whatever, giving the illusion of curvature for convexity, I'm not sure, but we're getting through to him little by little. I'm just glad he was kind of nice to you.
Well, Sydney, that's the thing with these guys. They're all into like showing these observations, apparent
Yes.
observations. They've got
Yes.
no actual physical Earth curve
Well,
measurement. The only
correct.
measurements they have got is of a flat Earth.
And it's not even so much imagination. It's a dissociative cognitive thing that you decide to do as a child to hold on to that happiness. It's an emotional response. So like there's that. Then the lack of evidence. So I'm with you there. And then, they have no idea that that's like a motive to hold on to. So I sit here and I'm just like, I can't talk to 7-year-old you, but I can tell you it's not a globe. So.
Yeah, once Earth's curve is debunked, I don't get why they're still presenting pictures.
Well, they've got no measurements, Neil, of a curve. They've only got measurements of a flat Earth.
No. You've got to have pity, right? They don't know why they're making the claim. They just think they've got.
It's like empathy, but definitely not pity, because they'll use that and try to manipulate, our side of it. So yeah, I'm with you there for sure.
Just find out what their standard is, and their standard's very, very low. And the inference of the sphere edge horizon in the images is based in their maths, and they don't know it. You've got to educate them in their own claim. We are generally beyond their heliocentric knowledge and understanding at this point.
Right.
So
well, and I think that's part of this whole deception too, Nathan. They play on the fact that we are all, because of the overstimulation of the digital world the last 30, 40 years and growing, and acceleration of what it's doing to younger people than me. It's like, okay, so we have to fight through the fact that nobody can like kinesthetically learn anymore. It's all visual, and then therefore truth, like instantly. It's crazy. So there's that too.
Yeah, if I've already got a bias because I've been trained with it from birth, then this photo, in quotes, is good enough. Well, what's your standard for the photo? What is Earth curve? Nobody's given these things considerations.
Those people don't know how to detect a deep fake, like from anywhere or anyone. It's so sad. Even people can't tell. Like I can usually always tell, like a fake video, like that airplane lady. She was not a marketing executive. She was not real, But people, they'll just take it and run with it. So.
But hold on, if they're showing a picture, fine. But what about the Black Swan? That's a picture and a video.
Well,
so I still don't get it.
Yeah, I think that we need to have like a team huddle or something, a consensus on the argument of horizon from our standpoint, from moving forward, because it's gotten a little jumbled. And I've been listening, for over a year and a half now.
Yeah, but on the Black Swan, you got no measurements of the rigs, no measurements from.
Correct, but there's just too many ways to poke holes in it. I'm with you there, but it was one of the things.
Everyone stop. Go on then. Let's hear. Hold on. If you assume it's got holes, let's hear what the holes are.
Well, not just the refraction hole, because I mean, me and QE are friends. I'm glad you're working with him now.
Okay, so stop one thing at a time. Refraction.
Yeah. So he's the one that showed me the Black Swan a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And then he'll be like, they'll come back with refraction.
Okay. I don't need to know who's told you it. All I want to focus on is where you think it's flawed, and you've said not just refraction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go through how that's a hole in your mind.
It's a hole in my mind because of learning a little bit more about the third option of concavity, where the horizon there, it always rises to the eye level, whether that's a GoPro at 0 inches, 0 feet elevation on the beach, or whether that's us. And, there's ways to poke it holes that way.
Whoever's interrupting her, can you stop? She's going to get to say a piece, then we'll respond to it.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'll try to find some images that I can post in the chat to better... I have one in particular that we made yesterday that I'll just put in the chat. That's just an easy way to present, like, 3 ways that it can't be strictly flat Earth argument. And I don't want to see us get, like,
Yeah,
Jab
but you're
that.
starting out wrong. She's saying it's
Neil,
rising to eye level.
can my own panel not become triggered by this?
Sorry, I'm like cleaning and trying to focus. I'm sitting down now so I don't sound like a rambling fool. But yeah, no, I'm finding it right now.
Okie dokie. So, refraction. How do you feel?
Yes, because a lot of times flat earthers just throw it out altogether that it exists, and there's not a solid, especially with the Black Swan, there needs to be a consensus on how we can say, yes, refraction exists, but this is why it doesn't work here. And then also other examples to back up, maybe like 2 or 3 other solid ones as clear as the Black Swan, maybe to just back it up for our side, or non-globe side, I should say.
Okay. Okay.
That's all.
Refraction undoes the assertion that we have geometry to measure.
Mm-hmm.
If the horizon's refracted, it is not geometric. Ergo, you can't measure the world like they measure it. In the case of
I agree.
Alberuni, okay, this is going to be a struggle. If I've heard your claim 3 times. I'd just like to refute it. The moment they say,
yeah, no, I would too, and I used to.
I'm not going to get to you though.
Like I used to.
Okay. You've decided refraction's a good rebuttal, and I've made 3 attempts. You've told me 3 times. If you've decided refraction's a good rebuttal, fine. Okay. Jolly good.
Sydney.
No, I mean, they just try to use it. I don't think I spoke correctly.
Sydney.
Forgive me. I'll let somebody else talk to you.
How about me responding to you? Would that be okay?
Of course.
Okay. The assertion is we can measure Earth as a sphere. If the horizon is refracted, it's not geometric. Ergo, we can't measure Earth as a sphere.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Well, then we can't measure Earth as a sphere to make the assertion we've got sphere edges and horizons and Earth curve. It debunks it. The moment you say refraction, you're debunking Earth curve geometry. That's the claim in the first instance that we... 4th attempt.
Maybe it's
4th
just,
attempt. I'm still
not
in the middle of the
trying
same
to interrupt.
sentence, Sydney.
Sorry.
So last time I said, yeah, just go in faith. Okay, it's a good rebuttal. When someone like me comes along, just keep talking through them and you'll win.
No.
You'll win.
I'm agreeing
Refraction's
with you.
a great
I think
rebuttal, other than it's a total failure that I've made 4 attempts to explain why to you. But you've decided it's a good rebuttal. And just yabbering through me is going to be the way you'll win with this argument. Right?
No, I think I miscommunicated my point.
You're just talking through me. I've heard your point 4 times.
Okay.
I give up.
Well, I'd like to restate it then.
What, a 5th time?
Give her a chance.
What, I've heard it 5. I've heard it 4 times. I just wanted to get to the end of 1 rebuttal to it. Now she's asking, can I restate it a 4th? If you just keep restating it, it will become true. Without rebuttal, it's a wonderful argument. And I've made now 5 attempts to give you the rebuttal. That's to say that the assertion is we're measuring something, Earth, as a sphere. What's that you say? Not.
I was saying thank you. I appreciate it, and I run with that most of the time. And I'm on your side here. My point was, I've heard in this server and others by flat earthers that are like veteran flat earthers in here that are not having a concise rebuttal when it comes to the Black Swan argument. One of the examples being refraction. It sounded very jumbled by other people that I've listened to over the last year. That was my point. I miscommunicated it. My bad.
Yeah, they suck.
Not you.
They suck when they do the argument. Is what she's saying. I agree.
Yeah. Thank you.
But how do you know
There was
what
nothing disagreeing
exists?
with Nathan whatsoever. So.
Okay.
Right. But how do you know what physically exists? How would you know if something physically exists? There's a way to do it. What is that way?
Measure it. Measure it. If we want to know if something's true or not, we just go out of our way to measure it. If it's capable of being measured. Whoever's off mute, please can you mute? Causing feedback. We'd measure it. It was claimed that we could measure Earth as a sphere. With the horizon as an Earth curve edge, we could measure. until we refract that horizon, then we can't measure it anymore. But that's the end of the argument. That's why it's a winning argument and not a losing argument.
Okay, I'm with you. I apologize if what I said it didn't come out the way I intended, but Elijah said it correctly there. So.
Okay.
Of what I was in. What I
was there any other holes?
Individual,
you said refraction. You know, that was the first one. That's not a hole. That's actually them conceding. But was there any other holes that you thought we had in the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, I will give me about 2 minutes and I'll think about them because I know that I have them saved in a folder. So give me a sec.
Okay.
In a folder, wow.
Well, we can buy 2 minutes. That's okay, Neil. So the argument for the audience's benefit is as follows. It's called the Black Swan. I'll just preface this because it's based on Karl Popper's Black Swan. The argument being that if you assert all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk the argument that all swans are white. Now, in the case of our argument for Earth curve edge being horizons that are physically capable of proving we have a measured sphere beneath our feet, we can show that the geometry asserted to make that claim is debunked when the horizon, physical sphere edge hill getting in the way of things, is beyond the limitations laid down by their maths. Ergo, the horizon is not Earth curve, Earth's not a sphere, and them saying refraction ultimately means that you affirm we can't measure Earth curve edge horizons.
And if you can't measure it, it doesn't physically exist. It's over.
Is that true? God damn.
The problem we have is we have a situation where flat earthers don't understand the Black Swan argument. And then they're trying to use it with ballers, and the ballers are saying stuff like refraction, and the flat earthers don't realize that the ballers are ending their own argument by saying that, because they don't understand that refraction means, oh, well, if the horizon's refracted, then it's not geometric, and you can't use it for measurement. That's the end of the globe. They don't understand these things. So flat earthers,
They don't even know what refraction is.
There's not wrong with the Black Swan. The problem is flat earthers. That's the problem.
Shout out to Roger Ledwell for smashing the super chat. I mean, it is and it isn't.
Super chat. Are we on YouTube?
Yeah, we're live to an audience right now.
It's cool.
It is cool. I totally agree. I've got the best job in the world. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's great debunking all these globers live.
Everyone's gone very quiet now that they know they're going out to a live audience.
Not me.
No, they know that we're always. We got the bot in here. They're tracking it.
Oh yeah. Oh, why have you got a link to the show in the Discord server?
Yeah, they might not have known this. It's two shows going on at the same time. Yeah, Zoidberg's been around for a while. Do you want to ask some questions, Zoidberg? You got Nathan Oakley here in this panel.
Let me just shout out Roger Ledwell. I'll just shout out these two super chats. Refraction isn't physical at all. Thank you for the super chat, Roger Ledwell, and also that's where fails endgame. Thank you again for the super chats. Really appreciate the support, Roger. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm always asking the globies because I have a practical example, right? Last summer, me and my wife went to Rimini. I'm in Italy, which is on the Adriatic coast, right? And it's also a port city. And I took my camera. It's P900, right? And took my camera, zoomed out to the ships, and I don't see the ships being swallowed bottom up. So why?
I'll ask him some questions.
We have a reply from Sydney in the chat on Discord. She's on the phone at the moment, but
okay. Well,
Sorry
I
if I
wouldn't
was
necessarily
roboting.
respond. It's not necessarily for you to make any positive assertions in that regard. It's their positive assertion that you've got a horizon called Earth curve, and it's not really down to you to have to debunk it by saying, I can show why that doesn't work. Do you know what I mean? At an advanced level, you can start pointing out how to claim you've got an Earth curve, you need mathematics of a physically flat plane to measure. But it's taking what is essentially a positive claim for them to make. You don't have to make it or defend it by showing what will happen in your camera, unless you've got a positive assertion to make about the horizon. Do you see what I mean? It's in defence of their positive claim. Let them make it, and when they do, point out that the maths they're asserting comes from a measurement of a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, all maps are measured from sea level. All of it, elevation profiles are obtained from mean sea level. You know, that's how the Earth is measured, flat, level.
Right, any more fundies? Got any, globe believers? Got any more questions? Anything they feel they need debunking?
On Caveman, were you going to pick up for Sydney?
Yeah, I got it.
Feel free.
Yeah, I would actually, but I don't know if you can hear me too well with these earphones. You've always complained before, so I thought I wouldn't. If you need to, if you can hear me fine, it's all good. I'll
Just
get
about.
into it.
You're good enough.
Right. So what were we talking about? We're talking about the Black Swan, specifically like QE's argument, right? Or just that is the Black Swan, that picture or whatever, right? Well, most of the
I know we've lost you. We can't hear what you're saying.
See, if you're getting after showing like half an hour of the back ball, it should be a million times
Can anyone make out what this guy's saying? Because I can't hear what he's saying.
Understand the word he's saying.
I think he's saying that because I think he said something about the after show that he might be able to join on a different mic or something like that. I think he said
yes.
Well, thank God for that.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm back. But yeah, that'd be cool. Sorry, thank you. Be back.
Okay, was that it?
Or maybe I can try and get. I'll just mention.
So,
I'll speak loudly. If you look at the curvature formulas, or at least the calculators, right? Most of them do state that their assumption is light is traveling in a straight line, and this and that, right? That's just another thing to look into. Light is not always traveling straight. It's always the mediums and different densities. Right? That's another thing to look at. That's what the assumption of the distance.
That's a misunderstanding of their own model, of their own paradigm. When they say that light means they don't understand, not understanding their own paradigm.
All we can hear is your absolutely god awful mic. Can you please mute? We heard light doesn't go straight. We got that bit. Can you mute though? Because you're just destroying my show currently with your open mic, and it's horrible.
I can't make it anywhere.
Just mute if you won't. We haven't got a show to listen to. It's just you and your background noise. Good. Was that Brian that was responding?
Yeah, the claim that light is curving is that's a misunderstanding of their own paradigm. What they don't understand is the mathematics for their own paradigm. That's based on 7 over and greater than 7 over 6R. The mathematics for that is not that your line of sight is bending, because that's what they're trying to say when they're saying light is bending. No, your line of sight stays straight. It's the globe Earth mathematically unbends to place the horizon at the point in a straight line away from the observer that it is in reality. So if you take the Black Swan image, for instance, from a 1-foot observation, the horizon is, let's say, 10 miles away behind those 2 oil rigs. And that means they need an effective radius that gives them an effective radius of 263,000 statute miles. That's what their effective radius needs to be, which gives them a sphere, an effective circumference of a monstrous size. So that's what that's about. It's about how far or close to the observer mathematically the horizon is. So, because the horizon within their paradigm is consistently refracted, and it's changing how much refraction from hour to hour. But within there, it's not refraction, it's just mathematical refraction based on an R value that they never measured and can't measure because of the mathematical refraction that's based on the R value that was never measured, blah, 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 big circle of nothing. But the whole point is that their mathematics state that they're basically, that the reason that their claimed geometric globe edge is below surface level is because they need to mathematically be able to show how the horizon would be that far away from an observer on that day. So it's not even, the whole idea even doesn't even take, in a lot of ways, curvature is not even important. It's about being able to mathematically explain how that horizon can be that far away and not be the geometric edge of a globe Earth. So there's no bending light. It's that their globe, because there's always at least 7/6. That means that their globe is a constant arc length, not even a circle, right? So, and this arc length changes its rate of arc depending on where the horizon is. So it's just a mathematical band-aid. That's all it is, on the fact that they don't have a globe and they don't have a geometric globe's edge to use as a measurement. And the horizon is, whatever the horizon is, it moves about. And because it moves further and closer to the observer, they need to explain this mathematically. And how they do it is by unbending their globe, not by unbending from a 7/6 position. So they're unbending from that position and bending back to that position, but they're never actually referencing a globe's geometric edge. And this is so they can explain how the horizon can move closer and further from the observer. Do you know what I mean? It's nonsense, because the horizon doesn't go up and down. The horizon doesn't go up and down. The observer rises in relation to the horizon. Horizon can go up and down in elevation or altitude, but the horizon itself doesn't change. So consequently, they can't even make a claim. They can't even show anything in reality that would even match anything 7 or greater than 7/6R, because that would be an horizon that's rising and lowering. But they have to explain why the horizon goes further from the observer and closer to the observer, which it can within an hour. I've had it happen to me myself within an hour, many times. So consequently, that's how they explain it. So there's no bending light. It's like when they just 1 second, let me finish this. When they place it orthographically and turn it into a globe and take away 7 over and greater than 7/6R, then the line of sight from the observer mathematically, orthographically, is a curved line going to a point beyond their geometric globe edge that doesn't exist in reality. You understand? But in reality, they need to explain that. Even orthographically, they need to show that as a straight line of sight going to an horizon that is at whatever distance, like in the Black Swan, 1 foot observer height, 10 mile away horizon, probably more, whatever, just mathematically 10 miles. And they explain that by giving themselves a 263,000 mile effective circumference. That will place mathematically within their mathematical refraction based on a globe's geometric edge that doesn't exist and can't be seen due to the mathematical refraction that's based on it. That would place it at that horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot observer height.
Right. Roger Ledwell, thank you for the super chat. Zooster, you're ruining everyone's experience by having your mic open wide, causing a load of noise. Thank you.
Oh, I'm making noise. Sorry about
that. Yeah, your mic's wide open. Light goes in all directions, kind of like gas-filled space, says Roger Ledwell from the super chat. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate all the support. Thank you, Brian.
Well, light does what's light? We can't see light. We get to see things due to light, but light itself we can't see. You can't observe light. You can only observe what light allows you to see. You know what I mean? So we can't give it a direction. The whole light taking a direction thing, that comes from the heliocentrism and globe mathematics and globe claims. Light doesn't have a direction. It illuminates things for you, but you can't see it. I'm looking at a wall now. I can see the wall, right? I can see things behind me in the wall, but I can't see the light. You understand? So, you know what I mean? You can't give light a direction. It's ridiculous.
And as the name suggests, 7/6R is increasing or inflating the radial value, flattening it out. So you're not really bending light, as you say. It's a misapprehension. That was the original point that you were making, just to summarize it.
Can I say something? I agree with everything, and I understand everything you said. But how are they getting a horizon on a globe in the first place? With all this light bending and not bending, tell me how they can have a horizon on a globe.
They can't.
Come on, Neil. You know I can't give you that.
You can't. It defies what a horizon is. Of course, in reality, we do use horizons. It's just in their maths, it's a derivation of a surface level that's measured flat to infer that you've got a horizon that's a bent line. Go on, whoever that is. Go ahead.
Sorry, I rambled you. I'm just saying, spheres don't have horizontal planes.
So that's where it should all end, right there. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Maybe that is perhaps where this live stream should end. So I'll invite the people who are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams to stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Want to wait for a couple of minutes to get it?
I'm not really bothered about it. I have no requirement to see it, Neil, to be quite honest with you.
Well, I liked it because they need to be educated. We're okay. We know there's no holes at all.
We gotta go and save Israel.
Who was that?
Missed him.
Yeah, it's just that when it comes up, people just don't know how to argue it well.
Yeah, that's the first thing she was saying. But she said she also had a couple other things. She has them written down in a folder, and she asked for 2 minutes to go get it. I'm just curious. That's all.
I thought she sent it in the chat already.
Oh, you might have. I was cut off for a minute. Did I miss it? I'm sorry.
Oh, she posted it in the chat, which was the globe always assumes straight light. Light is never constantly straight.
Oh, so Brian was answering that. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I got disconnected for a couple of minutes. I'm asking for.
But it actually is though. It actually is though.
Is what?
There's even a channel that talks about light traveling in straight lines, because if it didn't, then you'd be able to see behind a piece of paper. Specifically,
what was
his
it?
example.
What was just said from Discord there about that? Please, sorry for this, Eli.
What do you mean? What he just read?
Yeah, what was it that was just said from Discord there by the moderator on Discord?
So am I catching this right? Are we all saying that light's in a perfectly straight line now? Is that how you kind of avoiding my question in a way?
No, light is like, what's light? Light is not. You can't give light a direction. How can you give light a direction? You can't even see it.
Because it propagates from a direction. I don't know which way you're going with this to try and avoid like the fact that light bends, but you're saying light doesn't even exist. Right? I agree upon that.
Okay. Well, okay, let's just take it as read. Okay, you say light bends. How do you measure Earth as a sphere then?
Low. No, when basically my counter argument to that would be all these horizon pictures and these mirages and like things going below and above this culture. It's been occluded by a surface apparently on the globe, right? Is it out the window now, right? Because like that goes in straight lines. That kind of fixes the whole flat Earth argument, but the globers would say it curves, right?
Globe paradigm, within the globe paradigm, your line of sight is straight anyway. They don't claim that light bends within the globe paradigm either.
Okay, so we're all wrong then.
Well, no.
I'm pretty sure it does.
No, you've got to base this stuff in actual reality, right? You've got to get a measurement from somewhere. Well, the mathematics, I've gone through this about 6, 7, 8 times on the live show that we just had. You're deriving it from surface level and eye level. Both are parallel with each other. That's the actual reality that you deal with. And the measurements of a sphere Earth are derived from those measurements you can take in reality of surface level.
But this man is claiming that light is bending. I don't know what he means by that. Could you elaborate on your claim that light bends, or, I don't understand. That makes no sense.
Yeah, when I get out of this shop, I will do, man. Just be busy 1 second, man.
We're going over the Modus tollens tonight, Nathan. Do you want to have your right of reply for why you're still repeating the fallacious conclusion?
Bev, didn't we deal with you already? Are you respawning now? Stop wasting our time.
He wastes all of our time, so we might as well answer him correctly now.
We answer him correctly every time. He just does not accept it and just wants to go around shouting, Earth is not flat. It's not measured flat. So not flat.
Well,
all right, Bev,
would you
you're
wanna...
not flat Earth.
Okay,
Great.
Neil, stop. I want to get a cup of coffee, so nominate someone to deal with him. I'll be back in 5 minutes, maybe 10, depending on how long the coffee machine takes to warm up.
I got no use for him.
I'll do it if you want. So, Bev, what is it you're saying?
Asking Nathan why Nathan still repeats the fallacious conclusion to a Modus tollens.
Okay, well, Nathan's going to be back in about 10 minutes.
What's the fallacious part? Tell me what you mean by fallacious.
Not P and not P. I want to know why Nathan changes the P statement.
I missed some of that there because I think there was other people speaking over you or something, and you didn't. Could you repeat that again, please? Sorry.
Okay. The Modus tollens goes if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. The question to Nathan is, why does Nathan repeat the fallacious conclusion and change the P statement?
What do you mean by changing it? I don't see any change. When you say change, what do you mean by changing it?
Well, I say he doesn't change it because he just repeats what QE wrote. QE writes at the end,
what is it?
The Earth is not a sphere. Right? Now that is not the initial P statement. I was asking Nathan why he still continues to repeat the fallacious conclusion.
Well, you don't need to give the initial. You don't need to give the caveat of the 3959 miles in the end, because when you understand where their mathematics came from, once you debunk the 3959, that debunks the existence of the Earth as a sphere in all ways, because their globe can't be even an inch bigger or smaller, because it's back engineered from the latitude and longitude grid. So they can only have a 3959.
Just talking about the Modus tollens.
But they can only have a 3959 radius. That's the point. So once you debunk that, there is no sphere.
Yeah, but like I say, we're just talking about the Modus tollens. It becomes fallacious in form when you change the P statement. Pretty simple.
Nobody changes it, Bev.
Yeah.
Well, you can say at the end, then the Earth is not a globe of radius 3959 miles, if you like. But if you understand the mathematics and you understand where
that would be the correct.
From, you don't.
That would be the correct way to do it. The question I was asking Nathan is that Nathan doesn't want to talk about. Right? He sends people like you out to do it for him.
He's going to get a cup of coffee, Bev. He said that clearly.
Yeah.
You just want attention.
Evenings.
I want to know why Nathan. I was giving Nathan a right to reply. He said we're going.
I I can go back and I can listen to about 10 other videos of the same question, answered the same way. What's your point, Bev?
If you want to wait for Nathan to come back, then Grant. So the same, I don't mind. I was just feeling dead here.
Yeah, but he see. I don't like that he. I don't like that he gets his little statements off. That like Nathan ain't answering him. You can listen to 10 other shows, and
Well,
you
Nathan
got the
will
same
answer in a
answer.
minute when he comes back. Calm down. Nathan will answer in a minute when he comes back. I mean, there's no
Yeah, just give it a second.
He's just answering a question.
Neil, just give it a second. You guys tried. You gave it the old college try. He doesn't want to listen to you guys. He only wants to listen to Nathan. Nathan is currently making a cup of coffee, which Bev says is him running away. So we'll just have to deal with that and then wait for Nathan to come back and then see what happens.
And that's why Neil gets
Has anyone got any
upset.
elevator music?
No, that's why Neil gets upset because I don't like the nonsense. So
Yeah, if
call
you
it
tell
getting
somebody, I'll
excited,
be.
or call it getting angry, whatever.
Yeah, but you don't
If
need
you
to
tell
do that.
somebody,
You just... Go on, sorry.
yeah, Neil, it's okay,
Brian,
dude. If
do
you
I
tell
tell you?
somebody,
Hold on. This is me. I don't tell anybody else how to be. I like the way everybody is. This is me.
yeah, Neil, you're okay. You're definitely fine. The thing is that it is frustrating if you tell somebody, "I'll be right back," coffee break, and they tell you you're running away from your own argument that you've addressed dozens of times already. What they do is they're living in a world that's complete make believe. It's a complete
Chris,
fantasy world.
So why would you think that upsets me? Because who else does things like that? Ballers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's lined up with Brenda already quite a few times.
So, has anyone got anything else to talk about while we're waiting for Nathan to come back? You probably won't.
Yeah, do you guys want to go back over?
I'm taking a name change. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys want to just go over Black Swan just to refresh people maybe who haven't heard it? And it's already on the table for when Nathan gets back?
Okay. Just give a rendition of what it is. Basically, the argument is very simple. Is that if we lived on a globe of radius 3959 miles, then the horizon can be no further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and distance away from the observer. In the Black Swan image, it shows that the horizon is much further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in distance from the observer. Debunking the horizon being the leading edge of a globe, which means the Earth can't be a globe because the horizon doesn't adhere to what it would have to adhere to if we were living on a globe. It's that simple. And what Bev is having a problem with is the P statement is if the Earth is a globe of radius 3959 miles, P then Q, then the horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Then not Q, the horizon is not 1.225 times the observer's height, or the square root of observer's height in feet within, what is shown as the image. So not P, the Earth is not a globe. Whereas Bev is saying you have to say it's not a globe of radius 3959 miles at the end. Whereas I would say no, you don't, because when you understand the mathematics and where the origins of the globe came from, then you don't need to add in the 3959 miles because their globe can't be any bigger or smaller than a radius of 3959 miles. It has to be exactly that. It's actually 3958 and change, but it's rounded off to 3959. So that's the whole point. So the globe's horizon can't be any different than that. So once you debunk the 3959, I don't see any need to put in the 3959 at the end. But Bev is saying you should put that in at the end. Bev can correct me if I've misrepresented him.
Yeah, Bev doesn't really know how to form arguments or logic at all. So he's really confused if it's something that's very simple as a few missing words in his worldview. That completely shuts down all higher brain function.
We should change his name to Baller Bev. But Brian, how did you get that? How do you know that the horizon is that far away?
Well, it just has to be further. You have the horizon, the oil rigs, and the horizon is behind the oil rigs. You know how far it is to the oil rigs, so they know that the horizon is further than the furthest oil rig in the image. So
those oil rigs.
Hang on. We don't know how far away the horizon is. It's just given a 10-mile distance. It could be 15 miles. I don't know what it is. It's just further than the furthest oil rig, which is over 9 miles.
Right, and the oil rigs are measured. I mean, they're set in the ground. They don't move.
Yes, they stay as they are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is Nathan back?
I don't think so.
Well, if the Earth was a sphere, we wouldn't have horizontal planes.
That's correct.
Exactly.
That's why the slope-a-dope is great, right?
Yeah, because all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. So, and if horizontal is rate of slope 0, then the horizon is rate of slope 0.
But think about it, Brian. We all know this as children when we're shown this globe. And then we go to the beach and we look out and everything is flat. We know this. That's why when Jen came on the other day and he had his kids that he teaches draw a picture of them on the beach with the horizon in the distance, and then he drew his as a curve, and they all started laughing. And he explained to them, "What do you mean? This is the Earth." It very good, man. Because as children, we know.
Well, someone was saying, I think it was Eli, was saying that part of the reason that they're trying to get TikTok to sell their platform to whoever is because there's so many young people on that who are going against the globe. Because the TikTok is full of young people, it is the YouTube of years ago. So they want to get control over, because I'd say God knows how many people are on TikTok, and God knows how many 14 to 24-year-olds are on it that are against the globe. You know what I mean? His numbers growing all the time, which is worrying. Regardless of what people want to say, whether you want to claim they're a flat earther or not, once you know it's not a globe, that's a problem for the mainstream, because they've been telling us it's a globe for generations. Bit of a problem,
But this one isn't special for Bev. If the Earth is a sphere, we won't have any horizontal planes. We do have horizontal planes. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. You put your P's and Q's in order, Bev.
I like it, Georgie. I like it. Nice. Yeah, Bev, what's the problem with that one? Well, Nathan changes the P.
I didn't even know we were on the politics server.
I'll tell you the truth, Brian. I thought we were going to get a lot more people talking about. I thought we were going to get a lot more people bringing up this eclipse that's happening in a few days. I thought they'd be flooded in here. The ballers.
Yeah, I brought it up about the court case that's been going on.
Yeah.
What's that?
We just had an earthquake.
Oh, New York?
In New York?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Our major telephone. Our major telephone providers in Australia have already told us that we're going to start having phone outages from the 8th through to the 12th. Phone and internet outages. So I don't know how they got that in advance.
If anything big happens, you know it's a false flag. They're setting up for it already.
Funny how they know that.
Yeah, my wife told me today.
It's like me telling you, that you're going to trip when you're stepping up onto a curb in 2 days' time. That you're probably going to trip. Do you know what I mean? How would I know that? Do you know what I mean? That's quite a prediction.
Listen, it's what do you call it? What do they call that? Predictions. Globe predictions. You're gonna trip on your way to the store.
Yep. Well, we can't even see it from Australia.
Eli, you're gonna have a good view, I think. That's what I've been hearing. New York's gonna be good. The last one it was good. The last one I was working in a theater right on Broadway. I went out and I freaking looked right up at it. They were telling me not to. You're gonna go blind. I said, "Freak that! I want to see this."
Mm-hmm.
It is bugged out, though. Come on, we can agree on
You
that.
need to pay attention to the.
That's some
You need
freaking
to pay
bugged out
attention to
stuff.
the. Need to pay attention to the trajectory of these lights in the sky. Yeah, I need to make sure they're coming from east to west, and we're gonna observe that it's not going to be the case. Pay
Danny
attention.
Faulkner, he uses that as a proof. See, he says this is proof that Earth is a sphere.
Elaborate on what you said, George.
Well, you have United States, you have East Coast and West Coast, yeah? Meanwhile, the movement of the celestials is not from east to west, is almost like southeast going going on a different path. I don't know how to explain, because that is the picture that everyone is talking about, the movement of the celestials, yeah, over the United States. It doesn't go from the East Coast to the West Coast. It goes more kind of perpendicular.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That means that the orientation of the map is not quite right, because the celestial needs to go from east to west.
The orientation of all the maps are all over the place. All over the place. If you look at UTC time, that's correct local time. And someone is off mute.
Eli.
Somebody's off mute.
Eli.
Most of UTC time there's a few tricky parts, like with Spain and that, where Spain has changed its own UTC time. Its actual UTC time is same as London, but it's changed. It went 1 hour ahead to be in line with Germany during World War II. So there's a few tricky things in there like that. But other than that, I mean, it shows that all these projections are all over the place, because none of them work with UTC time. Santiago is claimed to be minus 3 from minus 3 UTC time from London, and St. John in Canada is minus 4 UTC time from London, or minus 5. But all the maps show Santiago being further from London than St. John. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing is screwed up. there's so much manipulation after going on with our world, and with maps and everything else. You just can't trust it. You have to really, really, even when you think something is correct, you have to triple check it, because often you can find, hang on a minute, this is not even correct. It's a sad fact.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
Mr. Coffee Guy. It's not Planet New Orleans. It's Planet Orleans Parish. Get it right.
Did he say New Orleans? Jeez, Nathan.
What's wrong with that?
It's New Orleans.
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
The way they say it down in the bayou is Nolans.
My favourite quote about the bayou, as you just put it, was QE saying some words to the effect of, "You can cut the air with a knife," or something like that.
Yep.
You gotta find somewhere like that to have the special circumstances to use Stanley's banana cam.
So Bev has an issue with you, Nathan. Where are you, Bev?
Yeah, I was waiting for you. Are you guys ready for Bev to come off mute?
Yeah, he said you were ducking him. We
You're
said
asking
you
us.
just went to get a cup of coffee.
We're guests in your server. You realise that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, what do you want? Do you want to hear some Bev derp, or are you good?
That's up to you.
All right, here we go.
Right, you ready? Nathan, we're going over the modus tollens tonight. You call it a logical consistency argument. Question is, why do you repeat the fallacious conclusion?
I thought you were going to give it me.
What, the fallacious conclusion? The one that QE gave you in the fallacious modus tollens that QE calls the Black Swan.
Yeah, go on, let's hear it.
Why do you still repeat?
Go on then, let's hear it.
What, you don't know it? You repeated it the other day. The conclusion when you say the Earth is not a sphere. I mean, that's not the P statement, is it?
So that's not the P statement. So if I give you a rendition of the modus tollens, if Earth is a sphere, do I need to say any more? I don't think I do. Right, you were saying it's not the statement in P, yet the statement of P is if Earth is a sphere. Am I missing something, Bev?
That's not the P statement, is it?
So you said, how can I conclude with Earth is not a sphere? When that's how the logical consistency works, starting with the statement, if Earth is a sphere.
Well, the modus tollens that QE states.
Yeah, we got all that. Is this guy stuck? Has this guy got a malfunction? Has something got stuck? Has he got like a record where he's stuck in one groove? What's going on? I heard that 3 times. I heard you say P statement, not P statement, conclusion, not sphere. How can you say that when that's not P statement? P statement rebuttal is if Earth sphere. I've dumbed it down. I've removed some of the words so to make it easier for you to understand, rather than just telling me about where I got modus tollens from for a 4th time, Bev. You got nothing. Is that it? You done?
Okay, so when we go over it tonight, we're going over the modus tollens. Modus tollens is if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Right? To keep the consistency, we have the P statement stay the same. Why do you not keep the P statement the same?
So P statement, if Earth a sphere, not P.
That's not the P statement, is it?
Is this troubling?
That's not the P
Is this troubling?
statement.
I was in the middle of the
QE's
statement.
argument.
All I'm doing is repeating the statements and you're yabbering through me like a scared little boy. Notice he's not talking now. It's only when I'm talking that you need to yammer through the top of me. If P, and then at the end of it, it's not P. We're all clear, you just summarised it beautifully. So if Earth sphere, conclusion, Earth not sphere, you say is wrong. It just sounds like you're stupid. I've got to be honest. That's my assessment of this situation here, Bev. You're just too stupid to understand one statement being a positive statement, if Earth sphere, and then the conclusion being not positive statement, Earth not sphere. You think those two aren't conducive. That's because you're stupid. Are you happy with my assessment of the scenario that have been put forth? That you're just stupid and can't understand if P and not P, if Earth sphere, not Earth sphere. Those are perfectly conducive. So if you're going to spend a whole show dealing with this, I thoroughly advise anybody who's watching to unsubscribe immediately, because that will be a waste of time based on a stupid man's lack of comprehension of a statement in P and then not P. So my assessment, you're thick. Okay? We done? Jolly good. So, in conclusion, unsubscribe from Bev immediately because he is a time-wasting idiot who can't comprehend simple logic. He's literally challenged based on Earth being a sphere. How can you have the conclusion Earth's not a sphere when if P, not P, is completely justified and the exact summary of Modus tollens formulated by QE as a logical consistency? I noticed he stopped calling it a fallacious Modus tollens. We managed to whack that one out of you, did we, Dumbo? Did we manage to whack that one out of your lips that you're going to start flapping through the top of the middle of me, asking you a question that you've detected is going to be embarrassing? I notice you've stopped using the term fallacious Modus tollens. Wanker, stupid, moron, idiot, dumb fuck.
Yeah, the proper statement is the fallacious Modus tollens.
There he goes. He said it again.
One.
Let's have a drink. If you're playing at home, every time this dumb fuck says fallacious Modus tollens, take a shot. Sorry, you are in the middle of embarrassing yourself, Bev. You carry on. You carry on.
Nathan Oakley call the Black Swan.
So we had that 5 times. Back on that groover. Stuck in that groove again.
Shot every time that he said that in here, I would have died of alcohol poisoning long ago.
That's what I was going to say. You're going to kill everybody, Nathan.
Do we want to go into this further, Bev? If P, Earth a sphere, not P, Earth not a sphere, those are perfectly acceptable. Did you say you were going to have a whole show on that? Just checking if you're going to cancel that show or what. Or you could yammer through the middle of my question I'm putting to you, because that'll make it like it doesn't happen. It's like you don't have to listen. I was going to say, you're going to cancel that show then. Now I've pointed out how stupid it is to say Earth not a sphere is the same as the if P statement being Earth's a sphere. You're going to cancel that shit now, yeah? Stupid, pointless show that you were going to have. We're going to have.
Don't you?
Just asking if you're cancelling that show or not, Bev.
You're backtracking, Nathan.
I'm asking if you're cancelling a show based on my answer, because it is perfectly acceptable.
We're still doing it.
You're still doing it. Okay. Yep, definitely right advice from me. Unsubscribe immediately. Don't want to waste your time with that.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be watching how Nathan's fallacious conclusion, repeating of it.
People are watching me make a logical consistency offered by QE. You don't understand how if Earth a sphere and Earth not a sphere would be two conducive statements. And now you need to yammer through the top of that. That's the gap, the pause where you could be talking rather than through the top of me. It's only through the top of me that Bev communicates. That's how it works. Stupid people and stupid people problems. When people communicate, Bev, you wait for a gap, then you respond, rather than starting your sentence in the middle of mine. That's dumb fuck behaviour, like stupid people who don't know how to communicate. You. Meanwhile, you need to cancel that show, Bev. It's a waste of time for a lot of people who aren't listening to me telling them that they need to detach themselves from that waste of time.
Will they? Perhaps it's just the people that are on about logic, you know.
Yeah, if P, Earth a sphere,
people
not
who want
P,
to know actual
Earth not
arguments.
a sphere. Yeah, that's perfectly logical within Modus tollens, Bev. We've gone through it 3 or 4 times now. You haven't really responded to it, though.
We just do real arguments, Nathan. No fallacies.
That's lovely. So if Earth a sphere, Earth not a sphere, You don't understand how those two statements are both P and not P. You don't understand that. So do you need to explain it to you again?
Contradictory, Nathan. Do you want to try that again? Sounds like a really ridiculous argument you
If
just
P
made.
then Q, not P, therefore not Q. Is that what you're saying?
That's a modus tollens, isn't it? What you just repeated just
Why are you
before
asking me?
is
Don't you
something
know?
about a sphere not being a sphere. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it isn't. If
No
you've
wonder
got a
you're
sphere,
struggling.
do you want to repeat the argument to us? Give us it in its full rendition.
Yeah, we'll leave that to you, Nathan. You and Nate. You
Does that
and
mean you
Kiwi.
can't?
Yeah, he can't do it.
Okay, jolly good. Well, it was lovely talking to you, Bev. Thanks. You've taught us all a good lesson here. Don't be subscribed to Bev.
Quick question. It's a legal question. If somebody keeps sending you subscriptions to their channel unsolicited and you don't want them, can it be classed as harassment?
What do you mean subscriptions?
Bev, will you please stop sending me free subscriptions to your channel? I don't want them. I've no desire for them, but you send them me every month. Leave me alone, you stalking, creepy man.
Who is that?
The Adam Meakin.
All right. I'm not aware of doing that, Adam Meakin.
Somebody's doing it on your behalf, then.
You're not aware of a lot, Dev.
Oh, wait a minute.
We know that.
You mean when you get memberships? You become a member of my channel.
No, Bev.
That's right, isn't
Every
it? Yeah,
month,
yeah. Oh, I remember.
Yeah, you remember buying it for me now, do you?
No. You must have clicked the button to say that you wanted to receive the memberships. You must have done that, Adam. You must have done that.
I don't go on your channel. Somebody's kindly sent it me. Said somebody's bought you again. It's not. You've reviewed. You've renewed. I don't have channel, but somebody bought it me again. I just send it somewhere it's got more use because it's a bit of a waste of money.
Somebody gets free memberships. They get handed out to whoever's clicked the button to say that they want to receive free memberships.
No, that's not true. I get free memberships to Nathan's, and I don't have to click a damn thing.
I didn't know about that either.
You're a liar, Bev.
I didn't want to mention it because it sounds like I'm ignorant of something Bev knows
Don't
about.
call me a liar, Neil.
I get free memberships given to me, and I don't have to click a damn thing. So what
you
are you
must
on
have done
about?
at some point. You must have clicked it.
Fair enough. Where'd you click that? I was unaware of that actually, Bev.
I don't know. I can't see it. I don't get that choice for me to do it either.
So how do you know it exists?
Because other people have told me that that's what you have to do in order to receive these free memberships.
Neil, he's not done with it. Neil, do you mind? Neil, I heard that 3 times. Yeah, he was about done giving us his hearsay. Go ahead, Bev.
Apparently, there's a button that you click to say that you want to receive these free memberships.
I see. Where is that apparent?
I don't know. Sorry,
what are you babbling about?
My...
Stop. You just said it apparently. Do you know what apparently means? Yeah. Do you not understand the words that you use? Where is it apparent? I don't know. Why the bloody hell have you just told me it's apparently then? Just use... Bev, stop. You don't need to yammer through me when I correct. Your poor use of English. You can contain yourself, son. We understand you don't grasp the words you use. What you mean is, someone told me something and I'm now repeating it without checking a single bit of validity about it, and I don't know and can't be questioned. Shut up, Bev. You heard somewhere some nonsense, did you, son? Is that what you heard? You don't need to give us this standard. It's shite. Your stupid audience may accept your stupid standard that you can't back in any way, shape or form based on hearsay. Yeah? Shut up, Bev.
Here we go.
Simmer down, you stupid pretender clown retard, with your stupid hearsay standard that nobody cares about. We don't care what you were told by some third party, Bev. You don't know about YouTube or how it works or how it gives out free memberships. You're basing this on some crap somebody told you, because that's your standard, son. That's not our standard here, son.
It's in the membership gifting bit, and you click on a button to accept gifting.
Is that?
For anybody who wants
Where's
to
the
check
membership
on YouTube,
gifting bit? Where's that a tab? Be specific. Where do I see it?
Where's the membership click button?
Wait,
On
why are we
YouTube.
talking about Where is that? Yes,
The
Bev, I heard.
people that are looking at YouTube now, I'm not, I'm in Discord.
Where do I see this?
So any of your pit members that are looking at their YouTube when they're watching this, when you put it out, they'll be able to check where the membership gifting bit is, where they want to subscribe. The button you press when you want to subscribe as a member, that button.
No, you pay for that.
Why
if you
are we
subscribe
talking
as a
about
member,
this?
no, you
because
just have to
Nathan
pay.
wants to do something.
You just have to
I don't
pay.
know.
My bad. Do I not get to respond? If Bev makes his
it's
claim and then
because
just
Adam
keeps
Meakin,
talking,
isn't it?
for my audience, I'll just try and respond to Bev. But his delusionary ideas of just keep yammering through the top of something that he's not substantiated yet. All right. So you're saying it's part of the subscribe button. I wasn't aware of that. So when you press the subscribe button, you're saying if you want to become a member. My impression was that you just have to pay at that point. You're suggesting, by way of hearsay, you've not substantiated this yet, that there's actually a button that says, would you like a free membership, if it's available, when you click subscribe. Is that correct?
I don't know. You accept gifting, and then if anybody gifts free memberships, you then are applicable for getting one of those free memberships.
Where do you click accepting gift memberships? Where's that?
Hey, I've only done that on your channel once. This is the weird thing. So I've done it on yours, and like 6 months ago, I did it because people were giving them out, and I got gifted one on yours, and that's the only time I've ever pressed the button.
Who's yours?
And I said,
who's yours?
Yours, as in Nathan Oakley, 1980. Yeah. So when I'm in the chat there,
Oh,
then
so
I got
Adam
gifted
does know
one.
where it is. Then
Hold on, he's just in the middle of telling us.
Yeah, trying to get it out, mate. It's not a point of contention that you can score points on. And probably will make you look daft and lie again, but there you go. So I did that, like I say, a long time ago, and I've not done anything since. I've certainly never been onto Bev's channel in many, many moons. Never even opened up the Discord, and that's not just a cheap attack. That's just like a statement of facts. So I've definitely never been on and said, "Oh, can I blag a free membership from Bev's?" So maybe once you do it once, it opens you up to accept for anybody that's putting them out there for free.
There you go. So what did you actually have to click on? Hold on mine, what did you have to actually click on?
It was when I think Jardot's giving something and they're coming up, and when you see it, you click on it and it says click somewhere else to activate yourself for this option.
Looking
right, Bev, sorry, Adam, sorry, I'm really sorry about Adam, just 1 second. Bev, who has literally never experienced this, feels the need to tell you what he's heard via hearsay through the top of me and you explaining your first-hand experience of it. Bev thinks his priority is him and his hearsay over the top of your first-hand experience.
Live chat, Nathan.
So I asked you if you'd experienced this where it was apparent. You said you didn't know. That's the end of your involvement.
I've found it for you.
My bad. Bev's belligerent childlike behaviour means that the middle of my sentence is the start of his. Again, there'll be prolonged, protracted silences after I point out that Bev has no experience of this. Adam has first-hand experience. That's why I told him to shut up. Now I want to hear the person with first-hand experience, and I'm hearing Bev parrot and yammer through the top of him, because he's a belligerent child. Now, meanwhile, now I've cleared those airways for Adam, with his first-hand experience of how this is actually in functional operation, because I'd like to know the facts and details, not some tosspot's idea of what he thinks happens based on what someone told him. That's what Bev's got to offer. I'd rather hear from Adam, who's actually experienced it. Thank you, Bev. Can you shut the hell up while Adam tells us his first-hand experience? I've heard your hearsay. Thank you. Go ahead, Adam.
Right. So what I'd done is I'd gone into the email that had told me that I'd been gifted a Bev channel membership. What it says here, in terms of opt-in for gift memberships, there are many ways to opt in for gifts, included but not limited to doing it as I did in live chat on a videos watch page, using a creator's unique opt-in URL with / allow gifts at the end. Opt in through the live chat where you can go in and select the.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Select allow gifts.
Stop. Therefore, someone could take your channel URL and put add gifts and just send it to YouTube, and you would automatically be entitled to gifts if somebody else had described that to you. Correct, Adam? You don't have to do anything. Someone could have done that on your behalf then.
Well, yeah, it's sounding like that. No, if you're selected for a gift membership, your channel name is visible to the public. This info. No, I don't know if I think that's just what I'm saying. I've never specifically gone to Bev's to beg for a membership. The only time I've done it was on, like I said, on your channel.
Yeah, and
then
opted.
and as I
Yeah,
said,
and
the
you
past
opted
few
in.
months, I've just
Yeah, that's
gifted.
enough. That's for you to opt in. There's various methods of opting in to that system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, unlike what Bev had told us, which was just an acceptance tick that you have to give on a tab that wasn't actually detailed, no, there's a multitude ways that you would be entitled to receive free memberships, including adding your channel name to a bit of a URL with that code that you just described, and that would submit you, or just accepting one if someone offers it you in a live chat circumstance. Whatever reason the algorithm love would be offered to you, we don't know either, it doesn't say, but that would mean you opted in. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds very contrary to what Bev was told by hearsay, but there we go. I mean, it's nice to know the actual facts from somebody who's looking into these things rather than parroting hearsay. Jolly good. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
It's handy to know for anybody who wants to watch people
Sorry,
on
the
YouTube.
guy who rumpused you with hearsay wants his words in now. Go ahead, Bev.
No, just to confirm, I found it there, but it says by clicking join on any channel or watch page with memberships, it enables it. So there you go.
Oh, just by looking at the channel, you're opting in.
No, by clicking gifting, trying to gift from any channel. So when I went into yours, that's enabled the function for my YouTube account to receive any free gifts.
Perfect.
There you go. So Adam clicked a button that allowed him to gain free memberships.
Is he really this stupid? No, he didn't. Did you not listen to a word he just frigging said?
said?
Sorry, if you go up 16 octaves, it won't change what he just said. Are you not listening to anything anybody says?
I heard Adam when he just said, when he clicked it on your channel, that allows him to get memberships from anyone's channel. That's what Adam just said.
Adam, did you click on a page?
Did you not hear him?
Adam, did you click on a page, as suggested by Bev, that specifically asked you if you would like to accept memberships or not? Well, glad we got clarity from Adam.
Yeah, he did. He said he clicked it on your page.
Not what I heard. He just read out.
Everybody heard him say it.
To be fair, it does work like that on what is it? I think it's Rockfin, where if you have a membership to just one channel, like you can have membership to all channels. So maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, it's not really about that. It's just about Bev standards. That's really what the point of this is. The underlying point.
Well, what standards are they, Nathan?
Yeah, exactly.
That Adam got a free membership to my YouTube channel.
Bev, are you retarded?
Yes.
No, QE.
I beg to differ.
Is that a personal
stop
attack,
wasting your
QE?
money, or get somebody else who's wasting their money on your behalf to just stop it? Yeah, it's not an
Are you sure? Like, have you
don't
been
waste
tested?
your money, Bev. Please give it to somebody, who may benefit or enjoy it. It just seems a bit
other
daft
people,
repeatedly month after month. I know it
Yeah,
wasn't
give it to Alpha Bill.
but maybe you could tell
You
one of
answered
your
pretty quick.
watchers
You
that's
answered
doing it
QE.
that they should share it in a more productive way with somebody that would appreciate it.
Okay, I think we got that, Adam. Flatman, go ahead.
Sorry, you answered QA real quick, Bev. Are you sure? Have you been tested lately?
How often do you get tested?
Let's not do this, please. No. He's basing it based on his performance and inability to listen, just like I did.
Well, I think the question should be answered.
I don't think so.
How about it's more prejudicial than probative?
It was rhetorical.
Maybe you didn't hear it.
Shut
There you
up,
go.
Neil.
He was rhetorical.
It's rhetorical anyway.
Where's the beef?
Well, that was fun. I'm glad we established that P is still P.
Well, there was a time when Bev used to come on and you used to promote him. You used to say, join Bev's channel. He does good stuff over there. But I don't know what happened. Something happened where he became an enemy of flat earth debate.
The enemy of reason.
That would be flat earth debate.
I don't know. I promote people who are doing good stuff at the time they're doing the good stuff. It's the good stuff I promote.
I got a quick question. If my mic's working,
Loud and clear.
does anyone in here believe that they live on a spinning ball and literally nothing? Thank you.
I
Wow.
don't. I know I'm living on a flat plane because it's measured that way.
There's a stony silence. I mean, I was told, correct me if I'm wrong, that this was going to be turned into a globe server by Globe Force 7 or some stupid nonsense. Literally, no one's even willing to admit that they believe in a ball in this server right now. Okay.
Was it Fox Force? Was it Fox Force 5?
Fox Force 5. It's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Are they connected to the bear pack?
The bear pack with a it's because they've got a bear print, right? Is their logo? They've got a bear print.
The wolf
It's the
pack.
wolf pack.
Adam pointed out.
Who spotted that?
Adam did. I bet you it was Wally.
Oh, was Adam a Boy Scout? He knows his tracks. That's a panda.
Not really. I just thought that's a bit weird. That looks like a bear's paw print. So I did look it up, and it is a bear's one he's put on there as opposed to a wolf's. But
Has he subsequently changed it to a wolf, or does that not work quite so well in the little circle we use as thumbnails? Avatars,
I've not
my
seen him
bad.
change it back. No, he's recognised the point. I think he recognised it, but I don't think he's changed it. Stubborn.
I don't know if Globe Force 6 has anything to do with what's it called? Bear
Oxford
pack,
5?
wolf pack, whatever. I don't think so. They weren't exactly fantastic debaters from memory. In fact, I got quite a few edits out of them. Thanks, lads. And yet no one in the server will even admit to being a glober anymore. Well, that kind of wasn't the kind of thing you want to admit to. We're going to turn this into a globe server. Anybody in here believe there's a globe beneath their feet? Tumbleweed.
Manufact Totem is in here.
Great job, Globe 46. Yeah, don't give it your day job. Always the stupid ones that have the most confidence, isn't it?
Which server?
No, we cleaned house.
Shut up, Neil. Which server are we in?
Say that with confidence, Nathan.
Politics. Say what with confidence, Bev? Say what with confidence?
That he's a retard.
No, let's stop that, please. No more. Thank you, QE. No, that's the level of communication with Bev, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with confidence. What's that, Bev? Say what with confidence? Total silence.
Oh,
He's waiting for you to talk.
There any saltines? Anyone got any saltines in here?
Saltines? What are you on about?
What's the subject now?
QE's gone nuts. Has anyone seen his camel? He does like weddings. You okay, QE?
Yeah, I'll tell you after. You'll get it.
Fair enough.
When you say saltines, do you mean crackers?
Well,
Oh
well,
God,
we are
no!
is
Now
that,
you've pointed it. Everyone, shut. Don't. Let's just no. Let's not have that joke. Let's not have a repeat. We don't want QE getting banned from anywhere.
Well, you needed explaining to.
No, I don't. You need explaining to. I need English me speak.
So we're at the point where no one wants to actually make the claim that they live on a sphere. Like, they don't want to claim it.
Excuse me. You need it to be explained to you, Sir Nathan.
Well,
would have worked better if you
it's
said Ritz.
You're putting on the Ritz, like give a good show.
Does no one find that noteworthy that literally a group of individuals were prepared to come in and say that this server would be taken over by globe believers, and literally it's only a week later and no one will even admit to having a globe belief? Does no one find that quite amazing?
Telling.
Did Bev give up his globe belief?
Well, considering he lined up with Brenda and somebody else, I can't remember who he lined up with, but it was another baller. So I think the question is fair.
Aren't the Flat Earth debate crew the enemy of belief? Or is belief the enemy of the Flat Earth debate crew?
What does belief mean, Bev?
I don't know. That's what Nathan Oakley had to go at Mike Tyson.
Oh, my God.
He said, if Mike Tyson only believes a flat Earth, then he's your enemy, I believe. Isn't that right?
What's belief mean, Bev? What's belief mean, Bev?
It means you do not have any proof, QE. Just a faith.
That's not what it means. That's only half.
Come on, Bev, you could do it.
Well, I've done half. QE can give us the other half, can't he?
And see, that's your problem. You only read half
50,
the book,
50.
but you
or does
want to
QE
teach
want
on
us
it.
to do it all for him? It's all right, Neil. You answer for QE.
I'll answer for myself. Your problem is you only read half the book. In your proof, would only given half the definition of what
Neil?
belief means.
Which book?
I'll bet it's a paperback.
Yeah, because
which
only
book,
Richard
Neil?
reads the hardcovers.
If you know something, you shouldn't have a belief. You know, you should know the standard and know rather than believe. So when I say that people who go around talking about their beliefs in flat Earth are our enemy, it's because there's a higher standard that they can attain and they just don't realise it yet. And talking about stuff they believe in is detrimental to our cause.
I know that
Problem
the
with
Earth
beliefs
is
is they
not
can
flat.
change. Sorry, Beth.
Oh, you know it's not flat because of elevation changes with respect to sea level.
With respect to anything, really. Just elevation changes.
Not respect to anything, respect to sea level.
From a point at the elevation change.
Sorry, sea level is not a point,
another.
Bev. Points don't give you levels. Levels are lines, they're not points. No. How high or low stuff is with respect to sea level, not just with respect to anything. Sea level. So you know how flat it isn't because of how it changes with respect to sea level. I understand that you, the belligerent child, hates how utterly stupid your assertion is, and when it's highlighted, you'd rather ramble through the middle of me. I know, Bev, share your pain. Your assertion's
Just
stupid.
don't hate, Nathan. There's no point in it.
Yeah, you know how flat it isn't because of how referenceable it is as flat. Gotcha. Thanks, Bev. Great standard.
I just know it's not flat. I know.
How'd you know?
It's not flat.
How'd you know? Because you can reference how not flat it is to sea level, correct?
Because I personally measured elevation changes. Yes, Nathan.
And then with respect to sea level.
Done.
With respect to, so you can say how high or low it is with respect to sea level, right?
Sea level changes, Nathan. That's the requirement of a mean.
So was it how high or low it was with respect to sea level? Or are we going to argue about sea level? These heights, how high or low the stuff you're saying isn't flat is up or below sea level. That's what it is, isn't it, Bev?
Sea level is measured on the vertical datum, Nathan. It changes. We have to get a mathematical
He's not
mean.
answering my question. So how high or low stuff is with respect to sea level, right, Bev?
No, Nathan.
No. Really? No, Nathan. Let's go have a look. I put that.
Who names their son Bev?
Let's not do that.
Yes, round.
I think I got it. So from Bev's Album Water Wiki, elevation is not to be confused. Oh, that's the wrong one. Elevation from National Geographic. Elevation is measured from sea level. From the Encyclopedia of World Geography. Elevation can be defined as a measure of height above mean sea level.
Sorry, you were saying, Bev. Sorry, Bev.
The mean, yeah.
I got about six more.
Sorry, Bev.
Go ahead.
So you know it's not flat because of how high or low it is respect to a level. That's stupid, Bev.
Yeah, because it's
not... stupid. You failed to answer me about 3 times when I asked you if it was with respect to sea level. Your first answer was with respect to anything. Now, for my audience, that's why I say don't subscribe to this disingenuous lying shit. Because he didn't clarify. QE had to go away and define it for him when he said, no, with respect to anything. No, Bev, you disingenuous little scumbag who's got an audience of deceived people. No, with respect to sea level, 5th time, now I'd like you to say yes to that which I've put to you now 5 times, scumbag Bev. Why have you still got an audience when you're such an obvious and overt liar? And you're obviously avoiding the question. It's been clarified and defined by National Geographic. So, Bev, 6th time. You just need to say yes to prove you're not a scumbag. Temporarily while we continue this discussion. So how flat it isn't is with respect to sea level, right, Bev, you stupid moron?
You give flat earthers a bad name.
So don't tell me what's given. You just need to say yes. Have some humility, you pathetic man. So, Bev, 7th time. So, Bev, as just defined by QE, 2 different sources, it is, as you so desperately tried to weasel away from, with respect to sea level, then, just need a yes, Bev. Then we can move on.
If flat earthers a bad name, Nathan.
So why do you keep telling me what flat earthers are getting when it's obvious after the 8th attempt that you're not going to concede that which has been defined from 2 different sources? Yeah, because it absolutely pisses in your disingenuous lying scumbag face, Bev. That's why you can't just say yes. It's been defined, man. You want to tell me how flat earthers are seeming? No, mate, you've got an example of how flat it isn't with respect to sea level. What's that, you say? It's not flat because I can refer to how flat it isn't with sea level? That makes you stupid, Bev. Now, the 9th attempt of me getting you to concede, that which fundamentally defines you as stupid, it's with respect to sea level, right, Bev? See if you can say yes, 9th attempt.
This is because you've got no arguments, isn't it, Nathan?
Sorry, it just defines sea level and how level stuff isn't because it's higher or lower than sea level. So because of how high or low it is with respect to level, it's not level. That's fundamentally idiotic, Bev, and I asked you now 10 times. That you understand? It's how high or low with respect to sea level, Bev. Like, just defined twice. 2 different sources in that. Why can't you say yes? People are unsubscribing as we speak, Bev. from you.
Sea level changes, Nathan.
Sorry, and the height with respect to that level is how you'll define how flat it isn't, right? The height with respect to that level, by definition.
That level of the sea level changes.
Yeah, the one that how high or low it is. So you're saying that so when we define how high or low as defined by National Geographic, your inference is that heights of mountains change with the ebbing and flowing of the oceans. No, it's got an average, Bev, of
I'm not
level.
saying that.
Yeah, you're just chanting through me. Yeah, but it's still part of the definition of how high or low stuff's going to be isn't it, Bev? You just haven't said yes in 10 attempts. You've just yabbered through it. Still 10 attempts. Still 10. Still hasn't said yes, ladies and gentlemen.
You just keep saying things, so you're odd.
Yeah, I defined what sea level was. I've now asked you 11 times for an agreement, an affirmation you understand that how high or low stuff is defined with respect to sea level. You still haven't agreed. It's 11 attempts.
Your arguments are, Nathan.
Yeah, that's it, Bev. That's why you lose subscribers. That's why people are deserting you. Because when they hear this kind of crap after it being defined and you still not being able to concede to it, you now want to argue about that which defines how high or low stuff is by me and what that means. Yeah, that's what defines how high or low stuff is, though, isn't it, Bev? Sea level, 12th time, 12 attempts. Pathetic.
In a definition.
Just have to agree, Bev. Just have to agree, because that's a fact. The how high or low stuff will be describing how not flat it is, according to you, is with respect to sea level. 13 attempts. Disingenuous as they get. Unbelievable. Just say yes, Bev, because it's a fact. As defined.
That's why you'll never understand.
That's an ad hominem attack in lieu of the 13th attempt to a concession of that which has been defined. He can't concede to it. He can't agree to that which is clearly defined because it fundamentally undermines his argument. But he's here to have that argument, so it doesn't matter if I give him 14 renditions of the fact that how high or low stuff is, ergo not flat, is with respect to level. Sea level, Bev. 14 attempts. Right, Bev? Sea level? That's how it's defined, mate.
You use a level, Nathan.
No, sea level.
In order to
No, sea level, Bev. Sea level. No. Sea level, Bev. No, not A level. Sea level, Bev. No. That's how it's defined. It's now the 15th time. Why won't you concede to this? Very telling for your audience who are rapidly hitting the unsubscribe button on your channel. Why would it take 15 attempts for you to agree to something that's very clearly defined as being with respect to sea level, how high or low, ergo not flat Earth is? So how high or low stuff is with respect to a level plane is how not flat it is. That's really stupid, Bev. But I mean, if I was saying such stupid nonsense, I would fail to concede after 15 attempts that that's how it's defined. It's with respect to sea level, Bev. Stupid man.
You can't substantiate your claim.
It's not a claim, it's a fact. Sea level. How high or low stuff is with respect, it was just defined.
No, your claim that it's measured flat. I state
sea level.
It's measured not flat. I've done it myself.
Sea level, mate.
I know you've never made a...
Yeah, it's just going to ad hom me till the mods presumably step in. Someone just mute him.
Don't need to mute tactics.
15 attempts of him just conceding that which has been defined because it fundamentally undermines his argument. If you're listening to this, you'll go, holy crap. He literally can't just agree. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, because it undermines his argument fundamentally. Yeah, that's why he's going to keep saying, "Oh, you flat earthers! It just shows how you don't." That's his reply. No, it's defined. It's with respect to sea level, Bev. How not flat you say it isn't. Yeah, that makes you really stupid.
So it's okay. I just came up with something. Hear me out. So first off, is it nighttime? I'm a flatter, by the way. When it's nighttime, like in say Asia, because I'm in America, I'm in Florida. When it's nighttime in Asia and it's morning for me, is the moon always going to be like when it's nighttime in China? The moon should be over by China, right?
Isn't it in the almanac where the moon will be?
Not necessarily if it's.
Say again?
It's all tracked, right? The moon is also in the ephemeris, is it not? Unless I'm mistaken. Sun, moon, we're using these things for time.
The moon has a GP just like every other celestial, yeah?
Right.
The moon, as you're aware, you can see the moon during the day. The positioning of the moon isn't necessarily translational to the time of day. We can have the moon out with its this connected cycle, can't we? It's got nothing to do with the moon's position to do with a 24-hour sun cycle. In fact, it runs separate to it. So we'll have the moon day, night in different places all over the plane.
We do know where it'll be. That is to say, where it'll be above.
Its GP is defined by its movement every 29 days between the two tropics. That's what defines where it will be. The position of the sun and how much sunlight has got no influence whatsoever on where the moon will be. Just because it's nighttime doesn't mean you always get the moon, does it?
What's the significance?
I don't know.
I don't know. Why'd you ask? I don't know. Just one of those things, I guess we'll never know.
I don't ask these questions anymore.
Well, he might have a good question, but he's just phrasing it slightly wrong, maybe. He might be more to do with night and day as opposed to the moon.
Night and day, as in the sun cycle, is part of our mapping system, isn't it? Like time.
Well, yeah.
Let him go, Nathan. He's on his Brian gender.
Brian gender?
I'm not on anything. I wasn't on any Brian gender.
Go on it, Brian. Ask the question.
That's Thierry's gender.
No. Ask the question like you know that guy was going to ask it because you have an insight to these things, Brian.
I don't know because I don't know what question he's actually asking, so I don't know about trying to answer.
Dang, I was just talking. I was talking for like 5 minutes and I didn't know I was muted. My bad.
Oh, my bad.
I thought you guys.
You thought you were doing a really good job rumpusing everyone.
Damn, okay, holy crap. So, dude, what's weird is you guys were saying shit. You guys were saying shit that like sounded like you were responding to me. That's really fucking weird.
That's
like
how
5
it goes.
minutes.
Sometimes I'm mute. I've been there, man. I've been there.
Okay, so let me rewind real quick. Holy shit! It feels like you were listening to me. Okay, so if I'm in Florida,
wait till you talk to the bot.
Just let him go.
I'm in America.
Go on, Space.
I'm in America, Florida, and or you say you're in America as well. Sometimes I wake up and when I go to the store, I see the moon in a 45-degree angle, like in the sky on this side, and the sun on this side. Now, if it's nighttime in Asia, I'm guessing that's on the other side of the planet, which is what we're told. We're on a globe. Should they see the moon, or is it nighttime for Asia and like they don't have the moon yet? You know
No, they're on different cycles. No, so the moon and its position.
It could be nighttime and there could be no moon.
Oh, wait a second.
Yes, it can
Are
be.
you in Florida?
Is that a real question?
Yeah, it is.
By a genuine person?
Yeah.
What,
Okay.
it could be nighttime.
Adam, don't demean him. My assumption is like many.
That was a genuine question.
I think it is a genuine question.
It doesn't. Okay, is it a genuine question from somebody who's experienced reality? Because
yes, that was where I was going.
Genuinely to pretend.
No, Adam, it's not.
We see the moon in the day.
Please contain your exasperation. No, he probably hasn't actually looked at the moon and what it does for himself. No, that's the probably honest answer, and that's hopefully what it'll give us now. Have you studied the moon and its path, the sun and its path, or the stars and their path, my friend?
Just the moon. I mean, the stars, yeah. I mean, I do find it a little strange how I don't know. I don't think it was the Georgia Guidestones. I'm gonna jump a little bit. The Georgia Guidestones, or some form of like old Stonehenge. It might be Stonehenge or something, where they're like thousands and thousands of year old rocks where there's holes like poked through them where they have been directed at the same star, like it doesn't move. But like we're on a spinning ball, spinning, doing all this shit. You know that whole argument. Like we're spinning around a thing, around a thing, around a thing. But like for thousands of years, like this site has been exact. The star is always right there.
Okay, I'm assuming you've very recently come across this subject. Am I right?
No, I just brought this up just because you were talking about star mapping. But that was my thing.
Yeah, there's a hole that used to be in the Georgia Guidestones pointing at Polaris, and it doesn't move. But yeah, that's the basis of our mapping, that Polaris doesn't move. It's also the basis that creates the globe.
I don't think the Georgia Guidestones have been there for thousands of years. I'm just spitballing.
I don't think Stonehenge has been there for thousands of years either.
There was another one
in the 1950s.
sort of thing.
Why
It
are you
wasn't
talking
the
about
Georgia
this possibly new grain in Ireland?
Georgia Guidestones did have one of those.
But listen to the bloody Irishman try and denounce one of my national monuments. How dare you?
It factually was moved in the 19. What are you talking about? It was moved.
You put a motorway out there or something.
Yeah, they had to physically move it. I've got footage of it being moved. Like them hoisting them into new holes with cranes.
I thought they blew it up.
I don't know. There's a misapprehension that the monument site, which I'm very fond of, I've been to Stonehenge many times. It's cool as hell. I won't lie. It's very cool what it does. If you can go there on the solstice and actually experience what it's supposed to be doing, that's cool. Yeah, you can see how it's cool. It's massive. It's made of stone and they're really heavy and they've come from quite some distance away. In case of the massive sarsen stones or whatever they call them. But fact, it was moved and put where it is in the 1950s. That's just a fact.
No, it weren't. No.
Yeah, it was.
The pyramids are a triangle on the top and the bottom. Like
Take
it's like
Bruno
a
Boyd.
reverse
Look, Newgrange is probably the best, least contentious.
Yeah,
that's fixed.
There's another one in France, another one in Brittany. Yeah.
What, 4 or 5
Didn't he just bring up the pyramids? There's something in the pyramids, right?
The pyramid underneath as
Well,
well.
we all kind of say
chambers don't go anywhere.
things someone
As
might
above, so
understand.
below.
Why doesn't everyone answer the question all at once?
Perfect.
Well, I tried to answer it.
It feels like we're in British
Adam,
Parliament.
So, is there some type of faculty with the pyramids in Egypt having to do with the celestials, Adam?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They perfectly align with Orion's belt.
What do you mean they align with Orion's belt?
Or there's 3 of them that are aligned with 3 other stars. I don't know if they're Orion's belt or not.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well,
what do you mean by aligned? Orion's belt moves.
They're astrologically,
Okay, so-
like, what do you call it? Like directly above, however you measure that. However they did
What
that.
are you
At
talking
a
about?
certain time of year, like at a
Orion's
certain time
belt
of
is
year.
not directly above the pyramids, right? It moves.
No, so it's the relative positions and the magnitudes of the stars that are commensurate with the 3 pyramids. Okay, so the way in which they're positioned is the same. That positioning of the 3 stars in the belt,
Hold on.
that little offsettedness with one star being slightly brighter than the others, that's represented in the size with the Great Pyramid and the others, and the way there's that small offsettedness. That's how it matches a celestial thing. Don't look at the star chambers because they don't go out to stars; they're just dead ends.
I was going to
So
say.
the other thing that the pyramids do in terms of celestials is this is why you've got the 3 smaller pyramids next to Khufus, is they track the sun between the equinoxes and between the solstices and an equinox.
Like Stonehenge. Okay, so there's a relationship that they track in terms of the light passing through them, and the 3 main ones at is it Giza? Those 3 pyramids, in terms of how they're positioned with respect to each other and their size with respect to the luminosity of the stars of Orion's belt, matches. So if I was to look at Orion's belt and go, one star sits kind of about here, and if I scale it perfectly, the other one would be here, and if I scale it perfectly here, and this one would be a bit bigger because it's brighter, and that's what they are. They don't line up with any stars. Okay, fine.
Well, another fact is, I forgot exactly what measurement it was, but the Great Pyramid, like the biggest one, is perfectly the perfect measurement of like the radius. Like if you wanted to divide a radius is like half of a circumference, right? Of a circle, like half the distance from the center to the perimeter. That's the radius.
You're telling me that they use pi?
Am I correct?
What you're saying they use pi?
Yeah, they're pretty much saying like the actual. You could use the length of the pyramid, like long ways or whatever. It's equal each way, to like have a unit of measurement for the radius of Earth or like the whole diameter of it.
I don't think so.
No, that's something like that. They're making up. The radius
So like
of
somehow
Earth,
they
what the hell
knew
is that?
they knew that the Earth was whatever it was.
No offense, mate. We have a very acute sense of smell when it comes to total bullshit. Now, we're not suggesting that you're the originator of this total bullshit, but it's clear
that might have been from.
You don't need to get triggered.
No,
Here,
you're good. You're good.
We just call out. I'm in the middle of my sentence, and you just started talking through the middle of me. I started explaining that we've got an acute sense of smell for bullshit. Then I started explaining to you, when you interrupted, that I'm not suggesting you're the arbiter of this bullshit. You're just parroting it. But it's pretty clear to us that you don't know why you've got the ideas. You're the guy that said the stars lined up with the pyramids. Now, I'm not going to chastise you, but that was total shite. So, number one, don't yammer through the people who actually know stuff about this, especially when it's me. And we say, yeah, okay, mate, you've heard this on Discovery or something. You haven't really got a good idea of what it means, but you've got the headlines that you can now parrot. Yeah, we've sniffed that out now. So, thanks. Yeah, okay. No, we're not getting radial values from pyramids.
So, if you're talking in royal cubits, then one of the side lengths from the center to the edge is 220 royal cubits. You've got two of them, so that's 440 from one side to the other, and then you got another. You can double that because you've got two different sides. So you got 880 royal cubits. Now the height of the pyramid is 280 royal cubits. 880 divided by 280 is equivalent to 22/7, which is approximate to 3.142, which is pi. That's where that's derived from. It's very dubious. You have to, the way in which you get the 880, you've got to pull it from everywhere. It's not actually a side length. You've got to take one side length and multiply it by 4, which you say it's fine because it's a pyramid, but it's contrived out the units and doesn't work in all units, only in royal cubits. So
Have you heard of
bullshit anyway?
Have you heard of Adam Meakin? He's from a show called Mathematical Mythbusters. Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen. I'd have never been able to do that. Props. You know your bullshit.
Oh, to respond to your other point, I probably found that on Ancient Aliens. I was going to preface that.
Thank you.
But I wasn't totally sure.
No,
that was from.
I'm so glad you've admitted to it.
I think it's bullshit.
We totally called it. Yeah. Thank you for admitting to that.
I didn't come up with that, but I thought it sounded cool, and I was like, I don't know where I heard this, but I want to see if there's the truth to this. But obviously, it's not.
How to make friends
like
and influence people. I could kiss you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No, you're good.
It is true that certain structures are aligned with celestial bodies, though, but maybe not the pyramids.
Yeah, we covered one of them before it was blown up. Georgia Guidestones.
They're aligned enough. I mean, when the people say aligned, hang on. When people say aligned, it doesn't mean that those, because outside of Polaris, the rest of the sky is moving. It doesn't mean that they're sitting right above them all the time. But they're aligned as in their construction was aligned with specific celestial bodies. That's why I brought up Newgrange earlier, because on the winter solstice in Ireland, that'd be the 24th of December, every year for, I think it's 12,000 years old, they're trying to say it is, I don't know how old it is. Every year on that morning, and on the 22nd, I think, but it starts on the 21st, the sun shines directly into that cavern. Now, there's another one that the same thing happens in France, and there was another thing, similar temple in Egypt in a valley, and they moved it because they were going to flood the valley. But before they moved it, on the equinox, the sun was shining straight into this temple or whatever, and was doing it for thousands of years. So yeah, there is structures in the world that are aligned with particular times of the year.
Yeah, the light shines through the opening at Stonehenge, and at the pyramids, Mia Jokovic appears in bandages. It's awesome.
You don't need to put it down, Nathan, because I mean that's unnecessary. I mean, it's unnecessary.
It was a Fifth Element joke. What's your problem? They show that light going down the passage on a pyramid in the Fifth Element. What do you want? It was you're such a spoil sport. Huey got my
Talking
Fifth
about
Element
islands.
reference.
I got, yeah, and Indiana Jones did it. That one with all the snakes.
Yeah. Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
You were the one who said it was built in the 50s, which it was.
What do you guys think the original face
said it was
of the
moved.
pyramid was?
Hold on. Go ahead, Brian.
Or the Sphinx, I mean. Like, what type of nose? Was it like a cat nose or like a person?
Well, I think it was something completely different based on its proportions. I mean, I'm totally guessing. I've no idea, but I'm just saying, if you look at that monument or statue or whatever you want to call it, the head is like 5 times smaller than it should be in scale. So, in my opinion, someone's just recarved something. It was originally something much bigger and more akin to probably the body. But over the years, it's got changed. That's my only conclusion, because it's by scale. It just looks so wonky, doesn't it? But I've got no idea. I'm not suggesting that's the case. I'm just purely speculating.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Napoleon Dynamite, where he draws a liger, and it's like a tiger on a lion, and it's like a giant like lion, but then it has like a flat face, like a really flat face?
Are you suggesting that was made by the Sphinx?
No,
made
it was
by
like that's what
Napoleon
it looks
Dynamite?
like. No, it's like someone, it's like misproportionate, was what I'm saying. But what another thing is, they say from Graham Hancock on a Joe Rogan podcast, he said that the Sphinx is apparently much older than the pyramids. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I wouldn't listen to much of what that fella said, to be honest with you. He's a bit dodgy, like that.
I once watched a video by JLB where he exposed some of the archaeology of the pyramids, and they showed some of the stuff that was coming out, and it looked like it was from a jumble sale, like all these wooden chairs and stuff, and you're like, really? You're telling me that's thousands of years old? Those wooden chairs that look like they'd be at your grandma's yard sale? Okay. There's a lot to be questioned in that narrative.
Well, it could be true. That could be true. Hold on, spoken.
Yeah, it could be true.
It could be true, because they say maybe, or Joe Rogan also said, maybe the pyramids were built and then that civilization was lost, and then another civilization found it and then just settled in. They probably weren't as advanced, so they just probably had like basic wooden chairs in like massive structures built by someone else.
I absolutely love a good ad hoc Joe Rogan explanation as much as the next man.
They're after messing with Egypt so much, because they tried to turn Egypt into and I'm sure the Egyptian government are directly involved. They're trying to turn it into a terrorism event, so much so that they've messed with things and moved things around, and they're making stuff up left, right, and center about Egypt. And this thing means that you know, like, how can you read hieroglyphs when you don't know what they originally meant? How would you know what they meant? How could you start telling someone this means this and this means that when you have absolutely no idea what they meant? And the people who put them there, you know what I mean, thousands of years before you. It's a total joke.
It's called the Rosetta Stone.
That's fake.
How do you know it's fake?
Oh God!
What is that?
The Rosetta
Everything's
Stone
fake. Is the whole world just a movie
inscription
set? Is that what it
pharaoh.
is? Is the whole world just a movie set? Is that what's going on?
I don't think anybody claimed that, no.
Leave Adam. Say Adam. What was it? You were going to say?
All of
Adam?
history fake? Is all of history? Is every language fake?
No, Adam. 1 second. Leave Adam tell us what the Rosetta Stone is. 1 second, and then we'll move on to the next.
The Rosetta Stone is it's a declaration by Pharaoh that's written in 3 languages, and it's the thing that's proclaimed helps us understand to decipher hieroglyphics, even though we still can't decipher hieroglyphics. We can pretend we write in hieroglyphics, but we can't properly still. It's still not fully understood. I'm reading a really good book at the moment. Starts from the work in the 50s and 60s of Wilson and Blackett. But they trace all of this, and they're actually constructing a very good way of understanding hieroglyphics. And see, the trouble with hieroglyphics is nobody knows what the base language is. We can try and assume it's maybe starts with Coptic.
Yeah, they can't speak it. They can use the symbols, but they can't translate that into a spoken language.
Yeah. So now Russ Wilson's took this on. The book's out there, It's called Kimberoglyphics, and it shows the very close relationship between Welsh and all the Welsh describing words of whatever little pictogram you've got. If you take the Welsh, generally the enunciation at the beginning gives you the correct sound for the presupposed enunciation of the hieroglyph. They're looking at a lot of ancient languages like Welsh and starting to realize that this could be the underpinning language structure that does enable us to crack hieroglyphics properly. That's why I said it was false.
I don't think that
And
is
when I was saying what I was
grounds
saying,
to call it false. I don't think that's grounds to call it false, like at all, because they've used it quite effectively to translate a lot of hieroglyphs. And just because they can translate into our language and not to the spoken language of the ancient Egyptians, I don't think that's still any less valid. Like, it's still pretty good that we can understand a lot of what is written on, like, the inside of pyramids and stuff like that.
So there's the two points of understanding hieroglyphics. Yeah, there's the just straight enunciation and then the hidden meaning. So it's a two-step communication system, hieroglyphics. So you're not just writing with like letters to enunciate words within the script. So you can have similar symbols that make a similar sound, but if you use a different symbol within that, it has. So if you take the name of Cleopatra or Alexander, you might not got the exact enunciation correct, but the choice of symbols will indicate hidden qualities of that name as well. So
yeah,
you can write the same name different ways with extra additional powers or titles, per se, within the cartouche, as they're called.
Yeah, I mean, there could be some esoteric shit to it. Yeah, I'm not going to discount that.
No,
There could be
nothing
some...
esoteric, just language structure, yeah, and what the choice of characters will also intimate, particularly within names. I think Paula did it the other day. It's trunk. So within English, we can have one word with a multitude of different meanings. And this,
sure, yeah, depending on the context
of viewing it.
of the sentence.
And if you use a silent K on knock, or you use knock without a K, it would sound the same, but in terms of the way it's presented, it would present
But
different
even if you were
information.
reading it, like when you read Old English, like even though it's not, it's some of the spelling is weird and like some of the phraseology is weird and stuff like that, but you can still pretty much understand it. You know, you understand.
Yeah, Adam is talking about grammar, graphemes, and semantic range.
Yeah.
But you still, regardless of that, like that can be true, 100%. I'm not going to completely discount that, but they are still using it effectively, like pretty effective. It might not be 100% perfect, but they've used it effectively to translate a lot of stuff.
But the problem is the pre-assumptions. They are pre-assuming stuff about ancient Egypt. Like when they show you a pharaoh, they're showing you the pharaoh that they want you to see, as opposed to what the real pharaoh would have looked like. It's all this pre-assumption and nonsense that they're selling you. When I said earlier on, they're basically trying to turn it into a tourism trap. That wasn't just me, just with an opinion. My cousin is an archaeologist, and he learned a lot about it. And he said the whole thing is a joke, because it was him that told me about that temple that they moved when they flooded that valley. When they moved that temple, they couldn't put it, no matter what they did, they could not get it to do the same for the equinox, for the sun to shine in it again. It was always a day early, a day late. It was never on the day. So, you know what I mean? It has been messed with so much. You know, there's so many nonsense documentaries out there on the likes of Discovery and Channel and National Geographic and all this, and so many claimed experts that were really only bullshitters. Sorry for the language.
Abu Simbel.
Go on.
Abu Simbel. It's when they build the Aswan Dam, so they have to flood that valley, and it's the temple of Abu Simbel that they move.
That must be it. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name. I've even gave it to me. I couldn't even say he gave it to me. But yeah, he told me about that.
What's the relevance to understanding hieroglyphics?
Well, if I may, I've talked to space a few times, like ancient cultures, like ancient lost history that people don't know about because there wasn't accurate records. Like people who knew things in the past, and that technology and that understanding has been lost.
Yeah, it's like.
How do we know that?
Well, it's like when you're trying to understand the Bible, and you have a King James. Now, I'm not a Christian, but I know it. I know this much. You have a King James version, and some things in it don't make sense to you. But when you go back to its original origin, like someone like Paula does in Greek, and you find out what a word actually meant, then things make more sense. But when you translate them over through a generation or through time, and they become from Greek to Latin to English and whatever other languages out there, you know what I mean? You're going to end up with things where people that doesn't make sense, or whereas it made sense, maybe the statement made sense in the original writings in the original language, but it doesn't make sense to somebody in the language they're reading it in. I was talking about this with my friend earlier. There's a line in a song called, and the line is, "His feet made no din." Now, what that means is his feet made no sound, or her feet. I don't know if it is or her, but the word din made no sound. But if you didn't know what that meant, and it's because that's originally, I think it's originally Gaelic. If you didn't know what that meant, it would make no sense to you. What the hell does this mean? Make no sense to you unless you bring it all back to its original language. So sure. It's like, it's awkward. Let's be honest. It's awkward to find out what they were talking about back then in that other language, in that other civilization.
So, Brian, when in a Police song he says he has to shout above the din of her Rice Krispies, now it makes sense to me.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure how we got onto this, to be honest. I was kind of here with the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, space.
I'm not sure how this relates to flat Earth, the pyramids and everything.
Okay, because there's a member we have on a server called Space. He's a flat earther, but he's really interested in how the cosmology of flat Earth connects with the sky. And he dates it back to some things you've seen on social media or pop culture, trying to explain things that happened in the past as a record.
Ah, that's something we're here to rectify. So when a glober asks, how does the sky work with a flat Earth? They don't understand the genesis and origins of their globe, because the globe is a derivation of flat Earth measurements of the sky. The angle measurement, specifically Polaris, gives you latitude, that's circles of equal elevation on the ground, and its minimum gives you radius for an equator. Now they take that value and call that radial, circular, flat radial value spherical. And then you can infer that the motion measured with angles off a flat plane is conducive with Kepler's description of orbital motion. But the origins of the claim for a globe, when they describe how the sky works, number one, won't work from the globe's surface. Number two, could be inferred to utilize a globe if you wrap it around you in the center of the globe, but in the center of the globe is on a flat equatorial plane. So their origins, when they ask by false comparison or false dichotomy, how would the stars work on a flat plane? Well, they'd work and then be translated into a globe for you. They're derived from the measurements of the angles with respect to a plane. That's how your globe comes to fruition. So it's a false dichotomy argument that we're hoping to stamp out in 2024. The original assertion is Earth's measured flat. Then you get your globe after that measurement of a flat plane and angles to stars in this instance.
Can I ask a question, right? So, in your framework, because you're a flat earther, right?
Earth's measured flat.
No, he's a baller.
Okay, Earth is measured flat. If you want to call me a flat earther because I appreciate that the globe, for example, came from those measurements, then you can call me what you like.
I just asked you a question. I didn't call you anything.
That you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm not assuming you are. I'm asking if you are.
Yeah, and my answer is Earth is measured flat. And if you want to call me a flat earther because I've recognised not only that Earth is measured flat, but that's where the globe belief came from, then you can call me a flat earther.
All right, whatever. Okay, and then so You know, the sun cycle, right? The sun cycle.
See, that's the
how
problem.
does
They
that
just
work?
brush past it.
Can I just ask a question, right? The sun cycle, how is that working for you? Is it going from left to right, right to left, or is it going around some way? Like, I want to know like how that sun cycle's working.
I've found that it goes left to right until I turn around, and then it goes right to left.
Is that what it does? I'm asking you.
What is it? What is it you're asking about?
He's asking about
Like,
how a sun works on a flat Earth.
If it's a flat surface, right, and the sun is going from one side to the other, right, to make a day and night cycle.
False dichotomy.
Right. Like, how is that happening? Like,
yeah, well, I can't tell you. I can't tell you what the sun is. So
What
is the actual mechanism?
Do you mean the orbit of the sun when you say the term sun cycle? Just to be clear.
That's what I would refer to it as, but I consider the word
Brian's trying to answer it. Okay, we don't need the claim. We don't need the question. Hello, stop. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. No, we don't need the claim again. Brian's heard it like 2 or 3 times, and he just really wants to respond to it.
Well, it's not that I really want to respond to it. I just want to give our response to it. I don't know what the sun is. Don't know how it does what it does. I can't make claims about whether it's tangible or not tangible or not because I don't know. I know about the original sun cycle, the one that Kepler used, right, to back engineer into the Copernican solar system model. The original sun cycle, right, how it was described, it's just a description, is that over the course of the year, it raised and lowered in altitude, and it also widened in its circuit around over the surface of Earth, and tightened in its circuit. So on June the 21st, it will be it's described as being at its highest point in the sky and be making its tightest circuit over the surface of Earth. And on December 21st, it is described as being at its lowest point in the sky, which means it's closest, described as being closest to the surface of Earth, and it's making its largest circuit around over the Earth. Now, I don't know how true that is. I don't know how correct that is. I just know that that's how it was described, and that's the very description and the very thing that Kepler used to create his analemma. So the analemma that, let's just say, if you're a bowler, that you would relate to, that is directly came from that. That's the original sun cycle. That's all I can tell you about it.
I mean, but wouldn't also, like, why don't you consider the round model, like, that also makes some kind of sense, right?
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Why wouldn't it make sense? Like, I mean, just if it was true that it was round and that there was a sun, like we were orbiting a sun and we were also spinning, that would create a day and night cycle where one half.
We're aware of that already. That doesn't refute it.
Well, it wouldn't.
I'm not refuting. I'm just saying. I'm saying, right? That what you just propositioned sounds like mental, and you have no real basis for even really believing it. You just
what I've just said. The cycloid detail.
I'm just asking if that's just
Brian, he wants to chant through you. Brian.
The round thing
everyone
is
stop.
just
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. That means stop talking. Brian, he hasn't got a response for you, but he just want to tell you that what you're saying sounds mental, without any given response.
Yeah, well, let me detail something for him then. In the Kepler's analemma, because I do know about Kepler's analemma, I'm not an amateur when it comes to that. In Kepler's analemma, it places the globe Earth 3 million miles further from the sun on the 21st, around June into July, and 3 million miles closer to that sun around December into January. It also has the globe at a 23.4 degree tilt, and this is all and making an offset elliptical orbit of that sun. Now, this is all of that is all based around Kepler having to back engineer the original sun cycle, which he observed and took elevation angles to, right? And he was given to him, and was given to him via astrology, because Kepler was a master astrologer, and he was taught astrology, and he was an astrologer. That's where he got that cycle from. Now, the problem is that you're saying it doesn't make any sense in the paradigm of what I described. You're saying, you're trying to say it does make sense this other way. No, because even in astronomy, all of astronomy, and the same with EQ mounts, something a lot of people on your side don't seem to understand, is when they're doing anything, they pre-assume that they're at the center of your globe, that it's equinox, which means there's no tilt, right? And that the equatorial plane of your globe extends out into the celestial plane, and that they're stationary and the sky is moving. So that means a massive stationary plane is what they're referencing. So I don't know how you can tell me it doesn't make any sense when all of astronomy are referencing a massive stationary plane to do what they do, and that includes angles to the sun.
Yeah, Earth's measured flat for the sun, and it's angular information that turns into globular information at the centre of the globe. So the real question is, how would this work on an inferred globe surface when the measurements of the angles of the sun came from a flat Earth? How can it not work on a flat Earth? The angle measurements of it are on a flat Earth.
Sounds kind of mental to describe it as a ball when it's always measured flat.
It is mental. I can't do it anymore. It's really hard for me to
what you mean by
conceptualize.
measured flat.
Measured flat with the angles, the elevation angles to the sun. Were you not listening to what Brian just went through?
But even wouldn't that still work from if it was a ball? If you went straight up from a ball, it would work in the same way.
No,
right?
No.
Hit another target.
No.
Have them define an elevation angle.
Do you know what an elevation angle is?
No.
Okay.
That's the problem.
The way that the system that you think has a globular surface to measure from, and Brian's already explained that it doesn't get measured from the surface, it's working inside the globe, and the inferred angles that you suggest come from the surface are suggested to run parallel, so you can justify the angle measure being inside a globe. Because, and fair enough you don't know, elevation angle measurements are measurements off a flat baseline to the star. Ergo, you're asking how this could work flat. It only works flat. It's based on elevation angle measurements of the sun in this instance.
An elevation angle is a right angle triangle, just so you know.
So it can only work flat.
I don't understand how it can only work flat.
Because an angle measurement to the sun is an angle between the surface and the star or sun in this instance. So the angle measurement that creates the system to derive things like radial values and orbital motion from has its genesis in an angle measurement off a flat Earth. That's how all the stars are tracked. You can then take those flat Earth measurements of the angles to the sun, moon, and stars and start fiddling with them mathematically, deriving spherical radii from elevation angle measurements to Polaris, for example. So you measure the world flat with angles to stars, and then you can start inferring sphericity and orbits from those flat Earth angle measurements.
All right, okay. I don't know. This is all kind of going over my head a little bit, I think.
I'm not really understanding what's going on here.
Okay.
I don't
Hold on, Guy. We're in the middle of something.
understand
Hold on,
that.
Guy is interrupting. We're in the middle of something. He says he doesn't understand. That's not the end of the conversation. Okay, no, that's fine. I'm glad you admit you don't understand. That's fine. But, for example, have you heard the term latitude before?
Yeah, but I'm not like into all this jargon and stuff.
That's fine. I'm trying to dumb it down for you. You don't have to make apologetics.
That's
You
okay,
understand
I appreciate
latitude. You've heard the term before, right?
Yes.
Right, okay, so latitude is you measuring an angle off the ground to Polaris. 45 degrees latitude is an angle off a flat baseline to Polaris at 45 degrees. That's 45 degrees with respect to a horizontal. You understand now? Latitude.
The horizontal can just be the surface. So if the surface is curved, it can still work.
Sorry, that's a contradiction in
No, you're
terms.
not understanding.
Horizontal isn't curved. Number one, you've just given us a contradiction in terms as a rebuttal in the middle of the explanation. Fine. No, could you keep your contradictions in terms to the end of the explanation? Meanwhile, angles, that's an elevation angle to Polaris for latitude. We're going to say we're measuring an angle to it at 45 degrees. That's 2 straight lines for an angle. One is the baseline. That's the ground, because we're going to be using its ground position.
But isn't this just a matter of perception?
Ground, there's him interrupting. You're the one who didn't understand, right? But you feel the need to interrupt. That's called belligerence. Go ahead.
Right, you've got a problem, man.
That's called an ad hominem attack. You've interrupted the middle of my explanation for that which you don't understand. That's elevation angle measurements off a flat baseline to ground positions of stars. I've tried to dumb it down. If I've not gone dumb enough, I can go one step further and slow it right down for you. It'll probably still get interrupted before your comprehension catches up.
If I had a microbe on my hand...
Maybe we could take it to a completely different subject rather than you comprehending what I've told you, which is we measure a flat Earth with elevation angle measurements to the sun in your example. That's measuring a flat Earth to derive time zones with respect to circles of equal elevations that can then be turned into analemmas. Oh, my bad, I forgot to dumb it down. You don't understand any of this stuff. We do. Earth's measured flat. We're trying to explain it to you. It comprehensively is difficult. That doesn't mean you need to interrupt in the middle of me telling you and explaining that which you don't understand. Shut up.
It depends what
that means shut up.
Right?
That means shut up. I was grateful when you admitted your ignorance. Now you're just being a dick. I'm telling you.
You're going insane. You're insane.
Sorry, why is this wanker ad homing me? Wanker who doesn't understand how you measure elevation angles. Wanker who doesn't understand what angles are when in respect to elevation and star measurement. You are a wanker. You don't understand anything. Don't tell me I've got problems. Yeah? You don't understand this stuff and I'm taking the time to explain it to you while you tell me I've got problems. You're a massive asshole. That's what assholes do. Ignorant assholes who admit they don't know something, interrupt the explanation, maintaining their ignorance as a direct result. All you're doing by interrupting my explanation of that which you don't understand is maintaining your own ignorance. And for what? So you can tell me I've got something wrong with me? You people are nuts. It's projection. This is driving you bonkers. That's why you can't contain yourself. Your constant ejaculation is because it's driving you nuts. You need to tell me I've got something wrong with me. No, I understand how elevation angle measurements work, and I'm trying to explain them to a belligerent Dumbo. That's what's happening. It's tedious and irritating for me. You, on the other hand, you're just being driven nuts by this fact that we're measuring Earth flat with elevation angles that you don't understand. So you've got to tell me that I'm nuts.
But Nathan, what if you had a microbe on your hand?
Yeah, that's the pain. I can't cope with this discussion. Quick, let's change the subject. In his mind, he's doing well by subverting the...
My finger is curved, right? But if there was a microbe on...
Yep, that's him getting muted by one of the server operators, because literally as Q and I enter into a discussion after a prolonged silence, that's his time to talk. In other words, the pain must be stopped. And the way he's decided in his stupid pea brain he's going to stop it is just talking when we're talking. If he's talking when we're talking, no one can hear anything. Therefore, the painful words aren't really happening. Mate, you can join in on the conversation. No one has to server mute you. But they will if you just start chanting through the middle of a conversation me and Quantum Eraser are having. That's what you've just done. Because it's painful. Now, your projection of, I've got something wrong with me. No, you have something socially wrong with you. You can't keep your trap shut when other people are speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no point sometimes trying to educate somebody how Earth's measured flat to give them their globe faith. Yeah, it's the most heightened and potent of cognitive pain they can experience. Why? Well, because I'm describing the origins of their globe being a flat Earth, and they can't mentally cope with it. What are you going to do? Deny that we take elevation angle measurements to the sun? That's what's done. Oh, right, it's suddenly a problem when the flat plane is required for the angle. Oh, it could be a curve. Well, for an angle? No. No, you'll need to start by measuring it flat, and from then you can go into your bullshit conversions into spheres. First, measure it flat, though. That's what I'm here to educate people on, so that they understand implicitly. That's our starting point. It's not all roads lead to a flat Earth, like we said in 2023, because that infers that we need to start by an inference our opponents make that Earth's globe-shaped. It isn't. It's made globe-shaped by the flat Earth measurements we take. In the first instance, it's the genesis of the globe. So while they object to, oh, well, I don't like how angles are used to give us the ephemeris or the celestial sphere, I don't care. Your globe comes from those flat Earth measurements, whether you like it or not. The reason all the maps are flat is so that it can still work with those flat Earth angles. That's why you've got no globe-shaped maps. None of them would give you angles.
I think he means the local horizontal on a big globe.
There is not.
Sorry, what? So a local horizontal, like what is it? What is it? No Atmo day. What is it? No Atmo day?
Like he was trying.
Just asking a question in response to that. Is it no Atmo day? Do we get a straight line to a tangent point today? Is it no Atmo day? There was me thinking only earlier we were told how there was holes in the Black Swan because of refraction. So my question in response to we can get a tangent point based horizon from a globe, because it's no Atmo day, always refraction, right? Wonderful refraction rebuttal to the Black Swan. Oh, here we are, where we need straight lines to tangent points, and you haven't got them anymore. It's almost like saying refraction absolutely annihilates your geometric assertion and requirements for tangent points. Yeah, saying refraction destroys the globe because you haven't got those requirements for horizons and straight lines and geometry if you say it's refracted. The horizon's useless to you then. It doesn't prove Earth curve because it isn't Earth curve, it's refraction. And it isn't going to give you any geometric abilities in celestial navigation. What are we dealing with? No Atmo day on a globe? Yeah, for all of these idiots that chant refraction to us, that's where your globe dies. It might take 4 years for some of you to catch up, but that's where your globe dies. You need geometry. Like in practical application, like now when I'm asked about it on a globe. No, it's not no Atmo day. They destroyed their own geometry. But yet we're told that's a hole in the argument. No, it definitely isn't. It's the annihilation of a globe assertion because you can no longer measure anything.
Let me just pull apart what he's actually talking. He's not talking about that tangent. He's talking about the tangent underneath your boat or underneath your feet at one point, meeting their surface at one point. What I explained to him earlier, he didn't really fully get it concerning astronomy. When they're taking an angle in astronomy, including when they're using EQ mount telescopes, right? The EQ mount telescope is designed to preassume the same exact stuff, exactly the same things. They must preassume mathematically that the angle is not happening at the surface, but it's actually taking place at their equatorial plane, and it's happening at equinox. So there is no tilt. They're removing the tilt. That equatorial plane is then preassumed to extend out into their celestial plane, making it way huger. Then it's preassumed that it's stationary and the celestials are moving. That's how it's done. So this thing about a tangent from one point on the surface of a globe means nothing because when it comes to any real reference of the celestials, right, if you want to believe you're on a globe, then you must preassume you're on a massive stationary plane with a sky moving around above you to then back calculate it onto the surface of a globe. Everything starts and ends with a massive stationary plane. That's how this works. I'm sorry it's not popular with some people, and I understand that. But you're in the wrong place if you don't like hearing those things.
Can you repeat that, Brian? A large, massive what?
Plane.
Asshole.
A stationary plane.
No, asshole. That's what Nathan said. You're a massive asshole.
That too. Oh, my goodness. Because they're flying. Every time you're explaining it, they're not listening. They're going to their next question. That's why you're not understanding.
You know what often happens, I think, on our opposing side. is you have people over there who do have information. I'll give you an example. Rumpus knew from 2015 to 2020, he knew all that time that the horizon within their paradigm was claimed to be a constantly refracted position. Yet he argued and allowed other people around him to argue for a geometric horizon globe edge point that doesn't exist outside of the mathematics. There's no, he knew that they weren't claiming that the horizon, officially it wasn't being claimed that the horizon was a geometric globe's edge, right? But yet he argued and allowed other people around him to argue that it was. Now, the same is true for every other part of the heliocentric paradigm. What I told you, what I just said there to whoever was listening, right? If someone who's a bowler is saying that to another bowler, they're not going to tell him that, right? They're going to tell him, oh, it's from the surface and this, that, and the other thing happens. But if you're an astronomer, you also, and you're a bowler, you won't want to be telling another bowler that. You won't want to tell them, well, actually, we use a massive stationary plane at equinox. You don't want to be telling them that. So the problem is they're being deceived by the people on their own side, just like Rumpus deceived people for 5 years. It's people on their own side that are deceiving them. And they're coming to us and they're not understanding what we're talking about because the people on their own side aren't telling them them things. Go on, Neil.
I get that, Brian. But Nathan explained it quite a few times, and he was right into another question without even trying to comprehend it.
No, he was trying to make sense of it for him. He's trying to make sense of it for him.
Are you Joe
That's what
Pesci?
he's trying to do.
Joe, I love your work. I love my cousin Vinny. All right, I'm sorry. If that is you.
That's an at home.
So if you're a microbe on your hand.
I knew it. I knew you were going to come back with that, Cutie.
Yeah, but that just shows he doesn't understand the measurement.
I wasn't done yet. If you're a microbe on your hand, then all of a sudden right-angled triangles are no longer right-angled triangles.
No, they happen at the equatorial plane of your hand.
That's funny. Oh my God.
You know, but I do think a lot of flat earthers in general are unpopular simply because the actual information that is the backbone of the globe and heliocentric paradigm is not given to those who follow it. That's the major problem we have going. Well, I don't know if we call it a problem, but it's an issue that's been going on for years. People who are like Mick West knew from day one that the horizon wasn't a physical, geometric, tangible edge of a globe. Did he come out and say it before the Black Swan? No. Did he say anything to anyone who was asking questions about the horizon? No, not a word. Suddenly the Black Swan comes out, Mick West stops turning up. Yeah, because he knew he was all that time he was deceiving his own side. Same with Rumpus.
Yep. Scumbaggery.
Because it's damning.
Yeah, scumbaggery of the highest order. You know there's a problem with your methodology and your belief, because at that point you can only recognise it as such, and you go about deceiving your audience by saying there's a physical Earth curve edge. Look, we all know boats and buildings get blocked by that physical Earth curve edge right up until 2020. After that, we actually got to have the rumpus over a barrel on it, not Mick West. But yeah, that's deceit. They knew better. They knew it wasn't a physical geometric spherage. They knew it's always refracted, including the horizon, paradoxically. Did they choose to tell you? No. Isle of Man's blocked by boats and blocked by Earth curve horizons. Right? We argued about it till we were blue in the face when we didn't know any better.
What was Rumpus's exact words when we caught him out there, Nathan?
We do.
You know it's...
We don't have a geometric horizon.
No.
We do have a geometric horizon. We don't have a geometric horizon. We do.
But he said, it's refracted. What was his
before the Black
phrasing
Swan, he said,
that got him kicked out?
it's refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon. That is to say that the refraction calculation pre-Black Swan is based on a physical, geometric, tangible, physical sphere edge getting in the way of stuff. In other words, the mathematics is claiming to prove there's a hill in the way called Earth curve. Post-Black Swan, the horizon's refracted. That's the end of your argument. Got no geometry to claim anymore. Furthermore, you've refraction itself based on that geometry that you can't measure.
Sorry, Nathan. I remember back in 2016, 2017 time, I remember asking all the ballers who were coming over to one of Jay Tolan Media's first videos, one of his first Mount San Jacinto videos or whatever, asking them, where's the horizon that should be in the way of things here? Where's the horizon? And all of them were arguing, but they had nothing. Rumpus turned up, said Harley nothing, and left. Because he knew. He knew at that point. That was very early 2017, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So he knew back then.
Well, it gets worse. He knew because he had Andrew Thomas Young's documentation in 2016. So I've got screenshots of him scrolling through all of those documents that he'd be trying to pick out at a pinch during the argument. And he happened to have his screen shared, and he scrolled past Andrew Thomas Young's Donkey Dick Horizon in way prior to Black Swan. So he knew long before involving himself even in the argument. He knew where he was lying and where it was tactically advantageous to lie. And lie he did. About a geometric hill getting in the way called Earth curve. He lied for years and years till he was blue in the face. The moment the Black Swan comes out comes Andrew Thomas Young. Where did this come from? He had it all along. He always knew it wasn't a hill in the way. Then you into double speaking your way around. Oh, we have got a geometric horizon hill in the way. And no, it's always refracted. No, it's only in the maths. Oh yeah, it's definitely the hill getting in the way at the Isle of Man. He's caught between a rock and a hard place and couldn't help but lie.
Yeah, but then you're only lying to yourself.
He's lying to an audience. He's obviously a psychopath. He doesn't give a crap. It didn't affect him mentally. Didn't in any way stop him from disseminating the information. He understood, comprehended the contradiction, understood the overcome from Andrew Thomas Young, were it to ever arise, and then carried on his merry way, deceiving anybody who listened to him, training others on how to lie about Earth curve physical geometry blocking things. That's what he was out doing, training people.
What they tried after that, led by Rumpus, was to try and put it back on us as if we just didn't understand what they were talking about for 5 years. No, you just didn't understand, like stupid flat earthers. You didn't understand that the geometric globe's edge is only in the maths. I mean, it's always refracted. You didn't understand that.
You didn't understand that it was always refracted when we told you how much it blocked the Isle of Man. You just didn't understand that non-geometric, non-capable of blocking anything position that we argued as being Earth curve blocking the Isle of Man was always refracted. You just didn't understand that. It's like, yeah, they tried to put it back on us. It's like, no, this is the end of your argument. If you haven't got a horizon that's geometric and a hill blocking anything, then you haven't got a claim. That's what you're supposed to be proving with this maths, that the horizon's Earth curve. What it's refracted, Earth curve, well, it's not the geometry, it's non-conducive with measurements. Nothing's ever proving you've got a hill in the way anymore the moment you refract it. It's not a hill in the way. It's not Earth curve anymore.
Well, look, let's bring it up to today. Today, we have people like Danny Faulkner, right? PhD in astronomy. He knows he's not referencing a rotating globe. He knows that.
Well,
but
we'll have to get
relaying
into that.
this information? Sorry?
Well, we're going to get into that in another day because I want to round out. It's been a 4.5 hour show. So with that, I'm going to say first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for smashing the super chat, commenting, sharing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.